How did Mesopotamians personify chaos in their creation myth? And what lessons about order, chaos emerge from this myth? In the hush of a distant evening, under a canvas of countless stars, imagine our earliest ancestors gathered around a gentle fire. The air is cool and still, carrying the earthy scent of night. Above them stretches the night sky, vast, deep, and speckled with lights flickering softly. In those ancient times, there were no city lights to dim the heavens. Every star burned bright, each a tiny beacon in the dark. The Milky Way formed a pale, whispery river overhead. Crickets chirp in the grasses, and a soft breeze ruffles the hair of those seated around the flames. Under this breathtaking dome of darkness, humans gazed upward with wonder and curiosity. They felt both small and connected to something infinite. In the crackle of the fire and the whisper of the night wind, they began to weave stories about the sky. These first murmured tales would become the seeds of cosmic mythology, an oral tapestry passed down through generations. As the flames dance and cast playful shadows on nearby rocks, one can almost hear the gentle voice of an elder telling a story. Perhaps he points above to that great celestial river, the glowing band of the Milky Way, describing it as the pathway of souls, or the milk of a divine sky cow spread across the heavens. Or maybe he traces the outline of a glittering figure among the stars, the shape of a mighty hunter forever chasing a bull, or a towering hero guarding the villages below. Another cluster of stars might become a mother carrying her child, or a canoe sailing on the cosmic ocean. Each sparkle overhead turns into an ancestor, a deity, or an animal spirit watching over the world below. In this primeval storytelling, the night itself comes alive with characters and meaning. The sky is no longer a cold, unknown abyss. It is a familiar realm, rich with family and legend. Listen closely. Beyond the crackling firewood, there is the soft gasp of wonder as a star shoots across the sky. A silver streak flashes and disappears. The children murmur in excitement, while elders smile knowingly. To them, that sudden falling star might be a wandering spirit finding its way home, or a sign sent by benevolent forces above. In that moment, under the infinite stars, the humans around the fire feel the presence of something larger than themselves. Every shooting star is a message. Every phase of the moon a part of a grand celestial cycle. Listening to these tales under the warm firelight, the tribe finds comfort and kinship. The vast unknown above becomes intimate and welcoming, given shape by narrative and imagination. Over time, as humanity's knowledge grew, so did the richness of our sky stories. Different peoples under different skies imagined the cosmos in their own unique ways, yet certain themes echoed between even the most distant lands. Always there was, in the beginning, a mystery, a darkness, or a chaos, from which order and light emerged. There were father skies and mother earths, sun gods and moon goddesses, and countless stars with their own stories. The patterns of stars became heavenly pictures, a lion striding across the night, a giant serpent coiling among the clouds, or a pair of twins dancing eternally. Such images helped early people recognize the seasons. When a particular star figure rose at dusk, they knew the rains would soon come, or that winter's chill was approaching. In every corner of the early world, from mountain valleys to desert plains, humans looked up and sought meaning in the sky's dome. The heavens became a grand canvas for our oldest myths and dreams, a glittering map where each culture found the guidance and inspiration it needed. Now, travel in your mind to one of the first great civilizations known to history. Thousands of years ago, in the fertile land between two life-giving rivers, people inscribed humanity's earliest cosmic tales onto cool clay tablets. In ancient Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, the night sky inspired epic stories of gods and creation. Beneath those Mesopotamian skies, our first written mythology was born, capturing the transformation from primordial chaos to an ordered cosmos. Let us journey there, to a time when the Tigris and Euphrates flowed under the same stars we see tonight, and listen to the story they told of how the world and sky came to be. Envision the warm night in ancient Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers. The two great rivers, the Euphrates and the Tigris, glint under starlight as they wind through dark plains. In a nearby date palm grove, insects hum softly, and a distant jackal calls. Above, the sky is clear and alive with stars. A gentle glow from oil lamps in a mud brick city flickers on the horizon, but overhead, the cosmos reigns in its full glory. It is under skies like this that the people of Sumer and Babylon pondered the greatest mysteries. They looked up from their floodplain villages and bustling cities and asked, how did all of this come to be? In their mythology, the answer began with water and darkness, long before there were any people, or even any earth or sky at all. They spoke of a time before the earth or sky existed at all, when everything was a formless, endless sea. This primordial ocean was chaos itself, personified as a dragon-like goddess named Tiamat, the mother of all things, and her consort, Apsu, the god of deep waters. Their waters mingled together in the void, and from their union, the first young gods were born, like tiny sparks of life in the dark abyss. In the beginning, there was no land, no sun, no moon, only the swirling of waters and the stirring of unborn gods within. From this swirling cosmic ocean, creation would be born through a great conflict. The younger gods, full of energy, disturbed the primeval calm with their play and chatter. Their noise angered the elder Apsu, who wished to silence them, and it troubled Tiamat, embodiment of the untamed sea. War erupted in the heavens as Tiamat, in her fury, created an army of mighty monsters to battle the younger gods. Amid the turmoil, a champion arose on the side of order, a powerful storm deity named Marduk. With lightning flashing and winds roaring at his command, Marduk confronted Tiamat amid the chaos of crashing waves and thunder. He cast a net of winds around the dragon goddess to entrap her. The clash was explosive and world-shaking, yet guided by destiny. In the end, Marduk prevailed. The great dragon of chaos was defeated by the hero of the gods, and the raging waters of creation were at last subdued. Marduk then set about the work of forming the world from the spoils of battle. It is said that he took Tiamat's immense lifeless body and carefully split it in two, like a mollusk shell, using one half to form the earth below and the other half to create the sky above. In this way, the very dome of heaven was fashioned out of the ancient chaos, and firm land rose from what had been roiling sea. What once was raw and wild became the foundation of a new, ordered world. After the cosmic battle, a profound calm fell over the universe. Marduk and the younger gods now organized the cosmos. Stars were hung in the heavens as gleaming lanterns to adorn the night and serve as guides. The moon was given its path to travel, and the sun its daily course. Time itself began to flow, measured by the steady dance of heavenly lights. The once chaotic waters were bounded and set in their place. The sky, the earth, the oceans, each was assigned a deity to care for it, and each new god took up their post in the freshly ordered creation. The people of Mesopotamia would retell this epic every spring during their New Year festival, when the first crops sprouted and the rivers ran high with floodwaters. In the city of Babylon, priests and worshippers gathered for days of celebration and renewal. They carried statues of the gods through the streets, and in the grand temple, the high priest recited the Enuma Elish, the ancient story of creation, affirming how cosmos triumphed over chaos. As families listened in the torchlit halls, they were reminded that the stability of their world was a hard-won gift from the gods. By honoring it each year, they helped renew the divine order for the year to come. Under those same night skies, the Mesopotamians saw the celestial bodies as living beings, each with its own personality and power. The golden sun that dawned each morning was the god Utu to the Sumerians and Shamash to the Akkadians, a bringer of light and justice who strode across the sky daily to illuminate the world. The silvery moon that glided through the night was Nana to some and Sin to others, a quiet, wise deity who measured time, his gentle light waxing and waning in a comforting rhythm. The brightest wanderer of the sky, the planet Venus that appears at dawn or dusk, was known as Inanna or Ishtar, the radiant goddess of love and war. Ishtar was venerated as the Queen of Heaven, the morning and the evening star. Alongside Shamash, the sun, and Sin the moon, she formed a triad of divine lights in the sky. To the people of the Fertile Crescent, these luminaries were not mere objects, but heavenly deities moving through the heavens. Familiar celestial neighbours, whose comings and goings marked the passages of time and fortune. Imagine a priest astronomer standing alone on the highest terrace of a ziggurat, one of those stepped temple towers, rising like a man-made mountain from the flat plains. It is past midnight, and all is still. From this height he can see the dark outlines of date palms and canals below, and above him the sky is a vault of infinite depth. He gazes at the glittering patterns of the stars, noting how they form shapes that his people know well, a heavenly bull, a lion, a scorpion, and other figures traced in stars. Each constellation and each wandering planet carries a message, he believes, placed there by the gods. As the planets move through those starry figures, it is as though the gods wander through stories written in the sky. Over years of careful observation, he has learned to read these patterns. If a new star appears, or a comet streaks the darkness with its tail, he takes it as a sign that great changes are unfolding. To him, the heavens are like a sacred text of lights, and he is both student and translator of its divine script. Perhaps now he traces the path of Venus low on the horizon and senses the presence of Ishtar, or notes the full moon's high arc and feels the quiet gaze of Sin. A gentle night breeze whispers through his robes as he closes his eyes and offers a prayer to Anu, the ancient father of the sky. In Mesopotamia, the sky itself was divine. Anu was the great vault of heaven personified, arching over the world. Under that cosmic dome, kings and shepherds alike felt the watchful eyes of the gods in every point of light above. In this way, the heavens and earth were bound together by story and faith. The people found reassurance in the idea that even the wildest storm or the darkest night was part of a divine design, not a random whim. After all, the world they knew had been born from a victory of order over chaos. Each glittering star above was a reminder that the cosmos had an architecture and a purpose. As they tended their fields by day and watched the skies by night, the people lived in harmony with the celestial tales handed down from long ago. The stars told them when to plant and when to harvest. The movements of planets hinted at the destinies of kings and the fortunes of cities. Under the Mesopotamian sky, humanity felt a profound connection to the divine. They knew they were never truly alone in the darkness, for above them the lights of heaven wove a grand and enduring story that included them. Now our journey continues westward. We leave behind the two great rivers and their fertile plains, following the path of the setting sun. Across arid hills and far horizons we travel, until we come to another mighty river, snaking through a desert land. Here, under Egyptian skies, a new tapestry of starry myths awaits, different in its imagery, but no less enchanting. In the land of the pharaohs, the ancient people also looked up and saw eternity in the cosmos, yet they imagined it in their own unique way. Let us pause on the banks of the Nile, beneath a canopy of brilliant stars, and listen to the celestial stories of ancient Egypt. Night falls gently along the Nile. The broad river's waters reflect a ribbon of moonlight as a warm breeze stirs the reeds on the banks. Overhead, the Egyptian sky is a deep, velvety blue, sprinkled with millions of stars. In this ancient land, the people saw the heavens not as empty space, but as a goddess stretched out above them. They imagined the sky to be the body of the goddess Nut, a graceful divine woman arching high over the earth, her skin dark and dotted with thousands of shining stars. Below her lies Geb, the earth god, yearning upward for his bride. Separating them is Shu, the god of the air, who holds Nut aloft so that the world can exist in the space between sky and earth. In Egyptian art, Nut is often depicted as a woman arched over her brother Geb, fingertips touching the western horizon and toes touching the eastern, creating a protective canopy of starry sky. It is she who safeguards the world from the limitless waters of chaos above, like a great celestial vault holding back an infinite ocean. Even the monuments of Egypt reflect this cosmic belief. One can imagine the dark outline of a pyramid or a temple on the horizon, carefully aligned to honor a particular star or sunrise, joining earth and sky in eternal harmony. Like other cultures, the Egyptians believed that before anything else existed, there was only a vast, primordial ocean. They called this endless expanse of dark water Nun, the source of all that was to be. From Nun emerged the first mound of earth and the first god, who then went on to create all the others. In time, Nut and Geb took their places, Nut above as the sky, and Geb below as the earth, forever separated by the uplifting arms of Shu. Through this separation, order was made out of chaos, and the stage was set for life to flourish between heaven and earth. Every day in Egypt was a reflection of this cosmic order. As dawn approached, the sky goddess Nut labored to bring forth the sun. The Egyptians said that at first light, Nut gave birth to the sun god Ra. The golden sun disk emerged from her womb, bringing morning to the world. All day long, Ra sailed across the underside of Nut's arching body in a magnificent solar boat. His journey was steady and beneficent as he steered his bright bark across the heavenly ocean. Then, when evening came, and the sun reached the western horizon, Nut received her child back into herself. Gently, the sky goddess swallowed the sun god, painting the twilight in hues of orange and red as she took him into the safety of her body for the night. In the hush of darkness, Ra travelled within Nut's star-studded form, navigating the perilous waters of the Duat, the unseen realm of night. Each night, it was said, the great serpent of chaos, Apophis, tried to stop Ra's passage. But protected by other gods, Ra overcame this threat and continued his journey. By dawn, Nut gave birth to the sun anew. Ra was reborn, radiant and strong, and a new day spread its light over the land. In this endless cycle of sunrise and sunset, the Egyptians found reassurance. Night was not an end, but part of a divine rhythm. The sun's daily rebirth promised that light and life would always return. When the sky grew dark and the stars emerged, the Egyptians saw their gods and stories shining above. To their eyes, the constellations were divine figures. The great constellation we know as Orion, with its belt of 3 bright stars, was associated with Osiris, the god of death and resurrection. They saw in those stars the outline of Osiris striding across the heavens, a celestial lord watching over the night. Indeed, the helical rising of Sirius signalled that the Nile's life-giving waters would soon overflow their banks and renew the land. The Egyptians identified this star with the goddess Sopdet, whom later people would call Sothis, and linked her to Isis, the devoted goddess of fertility and motherhood. Thus, the appearance of Sirius was greeted with hymns and offerings, for it meant the goddess Isis was announcing the arrival of abundance and renewal. And the star Sirius, the brightest of all, held special significance. Each year, in the weeks before the Nile's annual flood, Sirius vanished from the sky for a time. Its return was dramatic. Just before sunrise on a summer morning, Sirius would rise again in the eastern sky. Egyptian priests watched the horizon for that first spark of Sirius returning. When it finally appeared in the pre-dawn glow, they rejoiced, for it was the herald of the inundation. To the ancient Egyptians, the night sky was also the realm of the afterlife. In the darkness of a royal tomb, the ceiling might be painted deep blue and spangled with golden stars, a comforting image of Nut overhead to guide the departed soul. When a pharaoh died, it was believed that his soul would rise up into the heavens to take its place among the eternal stars. The Egyptians spoke of the imperishable ones, the circumpolar stars in the northern sky that never set. These unblinking stars were thought to be the everlasting souls of kings, shining forever. A departed pharaoh, now an Ach, spirit, would board a celestial boat and sail across the sky, heading for those northern stars. He would break through the iron gates at the edge of the sky to reach the realm of the gods beyond. Within the Great Pyramid itself, narrow shafts were aligned toward that part of the heavens, like cosmic tunnels aiming the king's soul toward the north. One ancient text has the king proclaim, "I will cross to that side on which are the imperishable stars, that I may be among them," it reads, affirming the ruler's destiny in the sky. In joining those undying stars, the pharaoh achieved eternal life. His soul transformed into a star that would shine for all eternity in Nut's heavenly body. This hope of a celestial afterlife was eventually not reserved for kings alone. Over the centuries, ordinary Egyptians too came to believe that their souls might journey to the sky. They hoped that after death they would sail in Ra's sunboat or join Osiris in the stars. The Milky Way's faint white glow was seen as a heavenly river. perhaps a divine reflection of the Nile coursing through the sky, or even the spilled milk of a cosmic cow nourishing the heavens. In that celestial river and the glittering constellations around it, the souls of the righteous would find eternal contentment. Every star above could be a blessed soul shining down, or a beacon lighting the path to the afterworld. Under the Egyptian sky, life and death were intertwined parts of an eternal cycle woven into the cosmos. Each sunset was a gentle promise kept in secret, and each sunrise a promise fulfilled. The people of the two lands took comfort in knowing that the same stars that twinkled overhead had shone upon their ancestors and would shine upon their descendants long after they were gone. To them, the cosmos was a place of order and protection. The goddess Nut would always arch overhead, shielding the world from chaos and embracing the souls of the departed. As long as the stars burned in the night, there was a sense of everlasting continuity in a changing world below. Our journey through the ancient skies does not end here. Beyond the deserts of Egypt, across the Mediterranean Sea, other peoples also gazed upward and wove their own cosmic tales. The Greeks would look at the constellations and see the adventures of their heroes and the wrath of their gods written among the stars. The Romans, inheriting that starry lore, would rename those constellations and entwine them with the fate of their empire. Far to the east, other civilizations too imagined celestial dragons, maidens, and warriors above, each culture tracing its own patterns in the sky. Yet all of these varied myths shared the same sense of wonder at the heavens. For now, beneath this broad expanse of stars, we carry with us the stories of Mesopotamia and Egypt, two of humanity's earliest attempts to understand the sky's mysteries. The night is deep and tranquil, and the stars above seem to shimmer with the echoes of those ancient voices. In the stillness, we feel a connection to our distant ancestors who, thousands of years ago, looked up at these same skies with curiosity and hope. Their myths remind us that even in the quiet of night, we are not alone. We are part of a grand continuum, a cosmic story that stretches across the ages. And so, as we prepare to leave this chapter of our journey and venture onward to new lands and legends, we take a slow, gentle breath. We let the calm of the ancient night settle around us. The journey will continue, guided by the stars and the timeless tales they inspire. Until we meet again under another sky, we can let these old stories wash over us like the soft light of the Milky Way, comforting, eternal, and ever enchanting. In the beginning, there was only a great, empty silence, a yawning void named chaos. In that vast darkness, night itself arose, draping the void in shadows. Yet even within this emptiness, a spark of creation flickered. From chaos came Eros, the primordial spirit of love, ensuring that life and union would follow. Soon, out of the boundless nothingness, the first true form emerged. Foremost among these primeval beings was Gaia, the earth, a living foundation of soil and stone. She was vast and maternal, and in the stillness she gave birth to Uranus, the sky, who stretched over her to be her eternal companion. High above, Uranus arched across Gaia as a glittering dome spangled with the first stars. So the dance of earth and sky began, forever embracing one another in the cosmic void. Gaia and Uranus brought forth many children. The first were the Titans, a race of gods tall as mountains. One by one, they came into being. Oceanus, the great river that flowed around the world. Theia, radiant and bright. Hyperion, lord of light. Mnemosyne, who embodied memory. Rhea, nurturing and regal. And the youngest, Cronus, cunning and bold. Gaia also bore other offspring to Uranus, giants with 100 arms each, and one-eyed cyclopes, beings of thunder and lightning. But Uranus looked upon these strange offspring with fear and disgust. In his dread, Uranus forced them deep into the earth, entombing them within Gaia and causing her terrible pain. Gaia groaned under the strain, her heart heavy with grief and fury as her beloved children remained confined in darkness. Gaia could no longer endure her children's anguish within her. In her fury, she devised a daring plan to overthrow Uranus. From deep within, she forged a sharp sickle of unbreakable stone and called on her Titan sons to aid her. Most recoiled in fear. None wished to face their mighty father. But the youngest, Cronus, bold and cunning, agreed to act for his mother. That night, when Uranus descended from the sky to embrace Gaia, Cronus sprang from hiding with the stone sickle in hand. With one merciless strike, he wounded his sky father and cast him down, seizing control of the cosmos. The sky recoiled in agony and pulled away from the earth. A vast gulf opened between heaven and earth that would never again close. In that violent moment of separation, drops of Uranus's blood fell upon Gaia, the earth, and from them sprang peculiar new beings, the avenging Furies, 3 dark sisters who would forever haunt the wicked for their sins. Meanwhile, other remnants of Uranus fell into the sea, and white foam churned on the waves. From that foam, in time, would arise Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, born from the sea's gentle embrace. Cronus now claimed lordship over the world, ushering in a new era. Some say that under his reign began a golden age, a time of effortless plenty when the earth offered up fruits freely and no one suffered want. In those days, neither toil nor sorrow burdened living creatures, and all dwelt in simple peace. Yet Cronus himself could not rest easy. He remembered how he had overthrown his own father, and a dire prophecy warned that one of his own children would someday do the same to him. The thought festered in his mind, and fear crept into Cronus's heart. So, when his wife and sister Rhea bore their first child, Cronus took no chances. He snatched up the newborn and swallowed it whole. This horrific act he repeated for each infant Rhea brought into the world. One by one, Hestia, then Demeter, then Hera, and after them Hades and Poseidon. Each child of Cronus vanished into his great stomach, consumed by their own father's terror. Rhea was devastated. She pleaded with Cronus in vain to spare at least one baby, but his fear of the prophecy drowned out all mercy. The goddess wept as each of her beloved children was taken from her arms, and she could do nothing to stop his cruelty. But when Rhea discovered she was expecting another child, she vowed that this one would not be lost. She turned in secret to Gaia, her mother, for help. Following Gaia's guidance, Rhea concealed herself to give birth far from Cronus's sight. Late one night, in a deep cave on the island of Crete, she brought forth her youngest son, a baby god, Zeus. Rhea held the infant close, then gently wrapped a smooth stone in swaddling cloth, disguising it as a newborn. When Cronus came to claim his child, Rhea presented him the bundled stone. Unsuspecting, Cronus grabbed the decoy and in one great gulp swallowed it down. The Titan, convinced he had eliminated the danger, never realized that his true son lay hidden and safe, spirited away to be raised in secret. Hidden on Crete, baby Zeus was nurtured by loving guardians. Myth says he drank the rich milk of a divine goat named Amalthea and was soothed by the gentle lullabies of nymphs. Armoured youths called curetes guarded the cave. Whenever the infant cried, they clashed spears and shields in a wild dance to drown out his wails, so Cronus would not hear a sound. In this secret haven, Zeus grew from a fragile newborn into a vigorous young god. When at last he reached adulthood, Zeus knew the time had come to reclaim his birthright and rescue his siblings. Steeled by his hidden upbringing, Zeus left the shadows of Crete to confront his tyrant father and set the world right. When Zeus came of age, he set his plan in motion. He approached Cronus in disguise and tricked the unwitting Titan into swallowing a special draught, a potion secretly prepared to make him ill. Almost at once, Cronus was seized by racking pain. His stomach heaved, and to his own shock, he began to disgorge the children he had swallowed years before. First came Zeus's sisters, Hestia, then Demeter, then Hera, all emerging alive and grown. Next his brothers, Hades and Poseidon, spilled forth, free at last. The 5 freed gods, unharmed in their father's belly, rejoiced and gathered around their youngest brother, thanking Zeus for their deliverance. Cronus, stunned and enraged, realized too late that the prophecy was unfolding before his eyes. Zeus now revealed himself, no longer a hidden child, but a formidable challenger. Joined by his liberated sisters and brothers, he confronted his father and demanded an end to the Titan's cruel reign. The new generation of gods, the Olympians, stood united against Cronus. War was inevitable. Soon, the great conflict between the Titans and the young Olympian gods shook the universe. Cronus rallied his Titan brothers, Atlas among them, to fight by his side, and they took their stand upon mighty Mount Othrys. Zeus gathered his siblings and allies on soaring Mount Olympus, and from these 2 sacred peaks, the opposing forces prepared for battle. For 10 relentless years, war raged across the cosmos, a struggle known as the Titanomachy, the War of the Titans. The earth quaked and the sky roared with thunder. Seas surged and mountains splintered under the force of their combat. Zeus flung thunderbolts that set the heavens ablaze. Poseidon's trident strikes sent shockwaves through land and sea. Hades shrouded the Titans' minds in darkness and dread. The elder Titans fought back with equal might, hurling boulders and unleashing primal powers. Cries of battle echoed like raging storms across creation. And still, neither side could claim victory, the balance of power swaying back and forth with each passing year. In the midst of this struggle, Gaia whispered to Zeus of a secret strength that could turn the tide. Deep in Tartarus, the abyss beneath the earth, the Cyclopes and the 100-handed giants languished in chains, imprisoned by Cronus long ago. Zeus realized these forsaken prisoners could be powerful allies. Braving the underworld's gloom, he descended into that chasm. There, Zeus confronted Campe, the fearsome dragoness who guarded the prisoners, and slew her. He then shattered the iron bonds that held the Cyclopes and 100-handers. The Cyclopes blinked in the sudden light of freedom, and the 100-handed giants stretched their 50 arms with a thunderous roar. Grateful to Zeus, they agreed to join the fight against the Titans above. Using their divine craft, the Cyclopes forged potent weapons for the Olympian gods. For Zeus, they fashioned a crackling thunderbolt of pure lightning. For Poseidon, they made a great trident to command the seas and shake the earth. And for Hades, they forged a helm of darkness that made him invisible and filled enemies with terror. Armed with these gifts, and flanked by the massive hundred-handed giants, who hurled giant boulders by the handful, Zeus and his siblings surged back into battle with renewed hope. The heavens rang with the fury of their assault as the tide began to turn. At last, the Titans faltered under the onslaught, overwhelmed by lightning, earthquakes, and the barrage of mountains cast by the hundred-handers. The older gods started to fall. Zeus met Cronus in a final fierce clash. The Titan king fought desperately, wielding the same adamantine sickle he had used to topple Uranus. But Zeus, with thunderbolts blazing in both hands, shattered Cronus's weapon and struck him full force. Cronus fell back, defeated at last. The war was over, and the age of the Titans' dominion had come to an end. In the aftermath of victory, Zeus imposed his judgment on the Titans. By his decree, most of the defeated Titans were bound in chains and cast down into the black pit of Tartarus, imprisoned far beneath the earth. There, the hundred-handed giants stood guard at the gates, ensuring the Titans could never escape. Cronus himself was spared the worst. Zeus exiled his father to the distant edges of the world, far from the realms of Olympus. And Atlas, the mighty Titan general, received a special punishment. Zeus condemned him to stand at the western edge of the earth and forever hold aloft the sky upon his shoulders, bearing the weight of the heavens for all time. With the old foes vanquished, a new order of peace took hold. The reign of the Olympian gods began. High atop Mount Olympus, Zeus assumed the throne as king of gods and men. He and his two brothers drew lots to divide the world among them. To Zeus fell the vast heavens, the open sky, the clouds, and the breath of the winds. Poseidon claimed the surging seas and all the waters of the earth. Hades received the mysterious underworld, ruling over the realm of the dead below. The solid ground and sacred Olympus itself were shared domains, watched over by all the gods together. Though each deity now presided over a realm, all the gods agreed to abide by Zeus's leadership, ensuring balance prevailed across creation. Thus, harmony was restored to the universe after ages of turmoil. Day after day, the sun rose in the east and made its shining trek across the sky, bringing light and life under Zeus's watchful eye. Night after night, the moon climbed into the heavens, draping the world in a soft silver glow while mortal beings slept. High above, an ocean of stars twinkled in the firmament, each returning to its appointed place. The Greeks believed those stars themselves held stories, shining traces of heroes, monsters, and gods set in the sky. With the cosmos now ordered and secure, the stage was set for the many tales written in those stars to unfold in the night above. On a clear, moonless night in ancient Greece, the sky was a tapestry of glittering myths. The people would gaze up and see not mere points of light, but heroes, beasts, and divine beings shining down upon them. Each constellation was a picture in the heavens with a story attached. Lessons of pride and tragedy, love and loyalty, placed among the stars by the gods. By the small flicker of an oil lamp or the glow of a campfire, elders would point out these starry figures to wide-eyed listeners, recounting the tales of how each came to be fixed in the night sky. High in the far northern sky, a great bear circles endlessly around the pole star. The Greeks say this bear was once a maiden named Callisto. Callisto was a gentle nymph who followed the goddess Artemis, swearing to remain chaste and roaming the wild forests under the moonlight. One day, Zeus, the king of the gods, spied Callisto and was captivated by her beauty. Taking the guise of Artemis to earn the nymph's trust, Zeus seduced Callisto. In time, Callisto realized she carried Zeus's child. She kept her secret as long as she could, but eventually the truth came out. When the goddess Artemis discovered Callisto's violation of her vow, she was furious. According to some stories, it was Artemis who cast out Callisto, but others say a worse fate befell the girl. Zeus's wife, the goddess Hera, learned of the affair, and in her wrath transformed Callisto into a lumbering bear. In an instant, the lovely maiden found herself on 4 paws, covered in fur, unable to speak, a wild creature shunned by humans. Fearful and heartbroken, Callisto the bear wandered the woods that she once knew, trying to avoid the spears of hunters. Years passed. Callisto's son by Zeus, a boy named Arcas, grew up not knowing his mother's fate. He became a skilled hunter. One fateful day, in a shaded forest clearing, Arcas came upon a large bear. He did not realize that the bear's gentle eyes were those of his own mother. Callisto, however, knew her son immediately. Overcome with yearning, the bear moved toward Arcas on her hind legs, attempting something like an embrace. The young hunter only saw a threatening beast rearing up. He lifted his spear, the tip aimed at the bear's heart. In that very moment, Zeus was watching from Olympus and could not bear to let this tragedy unfold. Just as Arcas thrust his spear, Zeus intervened in a flash of divine power. He seized both mother and son and swept them into the heavens, saving Callisto and preventing the terrible mistake. In the sky, Callisto the bear became the constellation Ursa Major, the Great Bear, and Arcas found himself transformed into a smaller bear nearby, the constellation Ursa Minor, the Little Bear. Mother and son were safe and together again, shining among the stars. The Great Bear's 7 brightest stars form a familiar shape that wheels around the northern heavens every night. Even in their celestial refuge, Hera's anger pursued them. It was said that the Queen of the Gods was still displeased to see Callisto honored as a constellation. Hera appealed to Tethys, goddess of the sea, to deny the bear a chance to ever cool herself in ocean's waters. And so, the Great Bear and Little Bear were cursed to circle the pole star forever, never dipping below the horizon for a rest, never allowed to sink into the sea at daybreak. To the Greeks, this eternal circling was plainly visible each night as Ursa Major never set. They saw it as a sign of Hera's lasting grudge, but also as a symbol of Callisto's enduring watchfulness over her child. The Great Bear's slow, endless turning through the sky reminded them of a mother's undying love, and of the tireless, protective vigilance of the heavens above. Not far from the circling bears glitters a distinct zigzag of 5 stars, shaped like a crooked W. This pattern, the Greeks said, is a queen on her throne, proud Cassiopeia, wife of King Cepheus. Cassiopeia was famed for her beauty and her vanity. One day, her pride led her to boast that she was more beautiful than even the Nereids, the sea nymph daughters of Poseidon. Such blasphemous arrogance angered the sea god. In retribution, Poseidon unleashed a ferocious sea monster upon Cepheus's kingdom on the Ethiopian coast. The creature emerged from the depths to terrorize the shores. Its jaws wrecked ships and devoured whole flocks and villages. King Cepheus, desperate to save his people, consulted the oracle of Apollo for guidance. The oracle delivered a heartbreaking decree. The only way to appease Poseidon and rid the land of the monster was to sacrifice the king's own daughter, the Princess Andromeda, to the beast. Andromeda was as gentle and lovely as her mother was boastful. Horrified, but with no alternative, the king and queen agreed to the dreadful command. They led the young princess to a rocky promontory by the sea and chained her to the stone. There Andromeda stood, a solitary figure in white, her wrists bound above her head as the waves crashed at her feet. She waited in terror as a ripple in the twilight sea grew into the shape of the monster. As the sun set and dusk gathered, the sea monster rose from the water, a scaled leviathan with jaws agape, and began slithering toward the helpless maiden. Andromeda could only close her eyes and pray to the gods for deliverance. At that very moment, deliverance arrived on winged feet. The hero Perseus was passing by, fresh from his victorious battle with the Gorgon Medusa. As he flew over the coastline, borne aloft by magical sandals or astride the winged horse Pegasus, according to different tellings, Perseus caught sight of a beautiful girl chained to the rock and the looming monster about to consume her. Wasting no time, Perseus swooped down between Andromeda and the creature. Drawing his curved sword, he attacked the beast. A fierce struggle ensued, water churning and splashing as Perseus struck blow after blow. Finally, the hero slew the monster, in some versions by beheading it, in others by revealing the horrific severed head of Medusa he carried, turning the monster to stone. Either way, the sea beast thrashed and sank, lifeless, into the dark waters. Perseus then gently freed Andromeda from her chains. The princess, who had thought herself moments from death, was overcome with relief and gratitude. When Perseus asked for her hand in marriage, her parents joyfully agreed, thankful beyond measure to the hero who had saved their only child. Sometime after these events, the gods placed all of them among the stars, immortalizing the tale for eternity. Perseus shines in the night sky, holding the head of Medusa in his outstretched arm. Near him is Andromeda, stretched out along a glittering line of stars, as though still chained, but now free in the heavens. King Cepheus has a dim constellation of his own, watching over his daughter. And high above them all sits Queen Cassiopeia on her starry throne. Yet fittingly, Cassiopeia's cosmic fate carried a hint of punishment. As the night goes on, her throne of stars slowly turns upside down, as if to remind everyone of the consequences of her pride. Indeed, in the northern sky, Cassiopeia's W shape flips over with the turning of the earth, making her appear to hang uncomfortably in her throne. Greek stargazers imagined the once vain queen humbled, forced to dangle head down half the night. Thus, the constellations of Cepheus, Cassiopeia, Andromeda, and Perseus together forever tell the story of peril and rescue, pride and redemption, written in the stars. In winter, one of the most striking constellations is Orion the Hunter, who strides across the southern sky with a line of 3 bright stars marking his belt. Greek legends tell that Orion was a mighty hunter, a giant, handsome son of Poseidon, and a peerless warrior. Many adventures are recounted of Orion, but one tale speaks of his overweening pride. He once boasted that no animal on earth could escape him, that he would hunt every beast to extinction. Mother Earth, Gaia, was angered by this boastful threat against her creatures. In retribution, she sent forth a gigantic scorpion to confront the mighty hunter. Caught off guard, Orion fought the monstrous scorpion, but its venomous stinger found its mark. Orion died from the scorpion's sting. Zeus then placed the image of Orion among the stars to honor his great skill and bravery, but the scorpion was set in the opposite quarter of the sky. To this day, Orion and the constellation Scorpius never share the sky. As the Scorpion rises in the east, Orion flees below the western horizon, eternally avoiding his killer. Close to Orion's shoulder glimmers a tiny cluster of stars that the Greeks called the Pleiades, or the Seven Sisters. These 7 stars were said to be the daughters of Atlas, the Titan condemned to hold up the sky, and the sea nymph Pleione. Orion, according to legend, fell in love with the Pleiades sisters and pursued them relentlessly. For 7 years, he chased them over fields and mountains, vowing to make one of them his bride. The sisters grew exhausted and fearful, always just out of Orion's reach. Finally, Zeus took pity on them. He transformed the 7 sisters into 7 snow-white doves, and then set them in the heavens as a cluster of stars. Safe at last from Orion's chase, the Pleiades nevertheless continue to flee across the sky. Night after night, Orion trails behind them, still pursuing, but never catching his prey. Astute observers noticed that while 6 of the Pleiades are usually visible on a clear, dark night, the 7th is often hard to see. The Greeks spun stories to explain this lost Pleiad. Some said it was Merope, the one sister who married a mortal man. Ashamed of that humble match, her light dimmed and she hid her face. Others believed the missing sister was Electra, who abandoned her place in the heavens, overcome with grief after the fall of the city of Troy, which was founded by her son Dardanus. In any case, the Pleiades became an emblem of sorrow in the sky. 7 beautiful sisters, one forever unseen. Even so, on certain nights when the air is especially clear, keen eyes might discern the faint glimmer of that 7th star joining her siblings. For the Greeks, the delicate cluster of the Pleiades was rich with meaning, a symbol of sisterly devotion and mourning, forever twinkling above as part of the grand cosmic pageant. In Greek and Roman eyes, the sky was like a living storybook. Each twinkle carried significance, a caution against vanity, a tribute to heroism, a memorial of love. The constellations we've traced, the Great Bear, proud Cassiopeia and her family, the mighty Orion and the gentle Pleiades, were more than distant lights. They were lessons and legends, shining overhead to inspire and admonish those below. And these are but the tales of the classical world. Far beyond the realms of Greece and Rome, other peoples too gazed at the same stars and envisioned entirely different stories. Our journey through the heavens will continue as we travel to those distant lands and ancient cultures, discovering the universal wonder with which humanity has looked up and woven the sky's myriad lights into myth, chariots of the sun and moon, celestial deities of Greece and Rome. Each new day in Greek myth began with a gentle herald, rosy-fingered Eos, the dawn, who opened the gates of heaven with her pink light. Through those gates rode her brother Helios, the god of the sun, in his resplendent chariot. Helios's head was crowned with a shining aureole of golden rays, and in his hands he held the reins of 4 mighty, fire-bright horses. As the first light of morning spread across the sky, Helios urged his steeds up from the eastern horizon, and the world below awoke. Dewdrops sparkled on the grass and rooftops, birds began their dawn chorus, and the chill of night retreated in the face of the sun's warmth. Day had begun, announced by the radiant arrival of Helios. All day long, Helios travelled across the sky, keeping watch over everything below. From his lofty vantage, he saw all that happened in the world. No act escaped the bright, all-seeing eyes of the sun. By midday, his chariot rode high overhead, and the whole earth basked in its brilliant light. Come late afternoon, Helios neared the end of his westward journey, and the sunlight grew softer and golden. When at last the sun reached the edge of the world, it began to descend toward the vast encircling river of ocean. The Greeks imagined that at the end of each day, Helios found a remarkable way to return to his starting point in the east. As the sun sank low, Helios would step off his chariot and board a wondrous vessel, described by some as a great golden cup or bowl crafted by the smith god Hephaestus. In this boat-like cup, Helios drifted along the currents of the ocean that flow around the world, moving silently beneath the earth overnight. By dawn, this journey brought him back to the Far East, where his immortal horses awaited him for another day's ride. Helios was a dutiful and benevolent god, but one famous legend shows how even the sun's great power could lead to calamity if misused. This is the tragic tale of Phaethon, the son of Helios and a mortal woman. Phaethon grew up on earth, far from his divine father, and he often faced doubts and taunts about his parentage. Determined to prove himself truly a son of the sun, the youth travelled to Helios's eastern palace, a brilliant, gleaming hall from which the sun emerged each morning, to meet the god. Helios welcomed Phaethon kindly and swore a sacred oath by the river Styx, which even gods must keep, to grant him any wish as a token of their bond. Boldly, Phaethon asked for the greatest proof of all. He wished to take Helios's place for a single day and drive the sun chariot across the sky. Helios was dismayed. He pleaded with Phaethon to reconsider, explaining that not even Zeus could master those fiery horses, and that the responsibility was too great for a mortal. But Phaethon insisted, intoxicated by the idea of the challenge and honour. Bound by his unbreakable oath, Helios reluctantly conceded. As Eos opened the gates of dawn the next day, Helios placed his golden crown on Phaethon's head, helped him climb into the chariot, and handed him the reins. The 4 horses, Pyrrhus, Eos, Aethon, and Phlegon, pawed the ground, eager to run. With a fatherly worry in his heart, Helios stepped back and watched as his inexperienced son cracked the whip to signal the start of the journey. For a brief, shining moment, Phaethon rode out triumphantly. The sun rose under his guidance, and daylight spread over the earth. But soon, the immortal stallions sensed that their master was not at the reins. Feeling the lighter hand of a mortal, the horses grew willful and wild. They veered off the prescribed road of the sun and bolted across the sky. The chariot plunged higher and then careened far too low. On the earth below, people squinted in alarm as the sun zigzagged erratically. The intense heat scorched fields and dried up rivers. The green of forests turned brown and smouldered as the sun came too near. In terror, Phaethon pulled desperately on the reins, but he had lost all control. The mighty horses, maddened and unchecked, charged onward. The earth began to burn. Smoke rose in vast clouds. It seemed the world itself would catch fire. Zeus, the king of the gods, saw the catastrophe unfolding and knew he had to act to save the world. With a heavy heart, he took aim with a thunderbolt. In a blinding flash, Zeus struck the runaway sun chariot, shattering the axle and splitting the cart asunder. Phaethon was hurled from the chariot, the lightning bolt piercing his mortal body. Like a falling star, the boy tumbled down from the high heavens. Phaethon's lifeless form plunged into the distant waters of the river Eridanus, and there he met his tragic end. Far above, the horses of the sun scattered, and Helios, grief-stricken, quickly gathered them and brought the sun under control again. It's said that Helios refused to show his face for some time after. The sun stayed hidden, the sky dull, as the sun god mourned his beloved son. On earth, Phaethon's sisters, the Heliades, came to the banks of the river where their brother had fallen. They wept inconsolably for him. The gods took pity on their unending grief and transformed the sisters into poplar trees along the water's edge. From their bark dripped tears of amber. The tragedy of Phaethon was etched into the hearts of those who heard it, a caution that even a child of the gods could not wield the power of the sun, and a reminder of the great care with which Helios steered his brilliant course. In later eras, the Greeks began to associate Helios with their Olympian god Apollo, who was also linked with light and often depicted with a radiant halo. Poets would sometimes use the name Phoebus, meaning bright, for Apollo, and speak of him driving the sun, blending his identity with Helios. The Romans, too, adopted the sun deity into their pantheon as Sol, often calling him Phoebus as well, and celebrated him in their myths. Yet in the traditional stories, the true driver of the sun chariot remained Helios. Each sunrise belonged to him, and the poignant fate of Phaethon served to underline that fact. The image of Helios with his fiery horses, unfailing in his daily duty, endured throughout classical antiquity as a symbol of the regularity and life-giving force of the sun. As day turned to night, the Greeks envisioned another celestial deity taking the stage. When Helios's brilliant chariot disappeared at dusk, his sister Selene emerged from the east, donning the gentle light of the moon. In the deep blue of twilight, a silvery glow announced Selene's arrival. She was portrayed as a beautiful goddess, with a long cloak and a shining crescent crown upon her head. Selene set out in her own chariot, usually drawn by a pair of snow-white horses, and sometimes by ethereal oxen. More silent than her brother's fiery charge, Selene's journey was serene and soothing. As she moved across the sky, she bathed the world in a soft, cool luminance. Under her glow, colours faded into silver and shadow. Dew formed on the sleeping fields. The bustle of daylight gave way to cricket chirps and the whisper of the breeze. Where Helios brought clarity and revelation, Selene brought calm and enchantment, a gentle guardian of the night. One night, as legend goes, Selene looked down upon the earth and beheld a young man of unsurpassed handsomeness sleeping on a hillside. This was Endymion, a shepherd prince, or perhaps a humble herdsman, who dwelt in the region of Caria. Endymion often spent his nights outdoors, watching over his flock beneath the stars. When Selene's pale face rose above the horizon, she cast her light upon Endymion and was instantly enamoured. Night after night she found him, sometimes awake and gazing at the moon, other times stretched on the grass in gentle slumber. The moon goddess fell deeply in love with the mortal youth whose beauty never escaped her notice. Selene began to linger longer each time she passed overhead, her radiant light lingering on Endymion's form, as if caressing him from the sky. Unable to bear the thought of Endymion's eventual death or loss, Selene resolved to preserve him. Different tales give different versions of what came next. In one, Selene herself cast a spell of everlasting sleep over Endymion. In another, she asked Zeus to grant Endymion eternal life and youth. In either case, the result was the same. One evening, as Endymion lay in a secret cave on Mount Latmos, he fell into a deep, enchanted slumber. His breathing slowed, his eyes gently closed, and he drifted into dreams from which he would never awaken. Endymion would never age a day, nor ever die, but he would remain in peaceful sleep for all time. Selene was pleased that her beloved would be hers forever, albeit in dreams. Each night, after she guided her moon chariot across the heavens, Selene would descend from the sky to visit Endymion in his moonlit cave. There the goddess would sit or lie beside the handsome youth, who looked as if he merely napped. Selene kissed his closed eyelids and whispered to him, and though he did not wake, His face seemed to smile in the glow of her presence. In some versions of the tale, Selene and the sleeping Endymion had 50 daughters together, symbolic, perhaps, of 50 lunar months or 50 nights of the Olympiad. These daughters, the moon's children, were said to be as gentle and luminous as their mother. Night after night, century after century, Selene kept her vigil over Endymion. The cave, bathed in silvery light, became a timeless sanctuary of love. Shepherds in the hills would sometimes peek in and see Endymion lying there youthfully, with an inexplicably serene expression, and they knew the moon goddess must be near, watching over him in the darkness. To the Greeks, Selene was the very embodiment of the moon itself, a distinct deity from Artemis, the wild huntress who was also associated with the moonlit night. Selene's name was invoked in hymns whenever the bright full moon rose. The Romans, inheriting this lunar lore, worshipped her as Luna. In Rome, Luna had temples and festivals, and she was depicted much like Selene, a pale lady in a chariot drawn by white horses across the night sky. Over time, the personification of the moon did merge a bit with Artemis, whom the Romans called Diana, in the popular imagination, since Artemis was often out under moonlight and came to be called a moon goddess as well. But in the poetic and mythic tradition, Selene Luna remained the literal moon, the glowing orb that travels from horizon to horizon each night. For the Greeks and Romans, the sun and moon were not mere objects, but living deities with wills and emotions. Each day, Helios brought light and sight to the world, and each night, Selene brought calm and dreams, their shining chariots governing the rhythm of human life. These vivid myths helped ancient people feel a personal connection to the vast, mysterious cosmos above. And they were not unique in this imaginative endeavour. In other corners of the world, under different skies, other cultures too devised their own sun gods and moon goddesses, their own starry legends to explain the patterns of heaven. As our journey through cosmic mythology continues, we will leave the familiar lands of Greece and Rome and venture further, to explore the celestial stories of other civilizations, and to discover that wonder and awe under the night sky are universal threads woven through all human cultures. As the tales of other ancient peoples slowly fade into silence, our journey carries us eastward, far beyond deserts and mountains, to the vast plains and misty peaks of ancient China. Here, under new constellations in a distant night sky, a fresh tapestry of cosmic mythology unfurls. The same eternal heavens stretch overhead, but the stories woven into their stars are different, filled with dragons, celestial maidens, and great cosmic cycles. We arrive quietly, in the hush before dawn, to find ourselves at the beginning of a new creation story, born from darkness, chaos, and the cracking of a cosmic egg. In the earliest dawn of Chinese myth, before there was earth or sky, there was only formless chaos. Imagine an endless, silent darkness swirling with potential, neither night nor day, nothing with shape or name. Within this void, over countless ages, the chaos began to gather and condense, coalescing into a great cosmic egg suspended in the nothingness. All the opposites of the universe, light and dark, hot and cold, wet and dry, yin and yang, were mixed inside that egg, perfectly balanced but unformed. And deep within it, sleeping in perfect stillness, lay a giant being, Pangu. For 18,000 years, Pangu slumbered within the cosmic egg, growing and dreaming in the warm darkness. Outside, nothing yet existed, no sound or life, only the quiet pulse of potential. At last, Pangu woke. He opened his eyes and found himself enclosed in pitch-black silence. He stretched his limbs and pushed outward, but there was no space. He was trapped in the egg. Determined to break free, Pangu summoned his strength. In his hand appeared a huge axe, and with a thunderous effort, the giant swung it upward. A tremendous crack resounded as Pangu's axe split the cosmic egg in two. Light and clear matter surged upward from the split shell, becoming the sky, while heavier substances and darkness sank down to form the earth. The twin forces of yang and yin, once mingled, were now separating. But the newborn sky and earth threatened to collapse back toward each other, still unstable and close. So Pangu planted his feet firmly on the new earth and pushed up the sky with his powerful hands. Each day, the sky grew a little higher, the earth a little thicker, and Pangu himself grew taller, like a living pillar between heaven and earth. Time passed in an ages-long rhythm as Pangu stood between sky and earth. Thousands upon thousands of years went by. Each day, the diligent giant raised the sky another few feet, ensuring the young universe had room to breathe. The sky's dome arched blue and vast above him, and solid ground formed beneath his feet. Patient and strong, Pangu did not falter. Finally, after countless years, the sky was high and secure, the earth broad and steady. His colossal task completed, Pangu felt his strength waning. He carefully set the sky in place, lay down upon the earth he had shaped, and closed his eyes one last time. In the silence that followed, Pangu took a final breath and drifted into eternal sleep. As the giant's eyes closed, his immense body began to transform, becoming one with the world he had created. His exhaled breath turned into soft winds and gentle clouds. His deep voice became the rolling thunder that echoes across the valleys. As Pangu's life force ebbed, his left eye rose into the heavens and became the radiant sun. His right eye gleamed and became the pale moon. His coarse hair and beard floated upward, turning into the countless stars of the night sky and the glowing band of the Milky Way. From Pangu's strong limbs, the mountains and the four corners of the world took shape. His blood flowed in winding currents to form rivers and seas. His muscles became the fertile soil of plains and valleys. Even Pangu's bones and teeth transformed into precious minerals and sparkling crystals buried in the earth. The immense body of the cosmic giant gave itself entirely to fashion the myriad features of the natural world. Thus, out of Pangu's sacrifice, the shapeless void was formed into a shining sky and solid ground, sun and moon, stars and clouds, mountains and rivers. Yet in those early days, the world was still quiet and barren. The sky arched overhead in perpetual day and night, but no birds yet flew under heaven. No fish swam the waters. No animals roamed the land. Creation was unfinished. It needed the breath of life. And so, another great being took up the task of completing the world. Nuwa, the mother goddess, half woman and half serpent, moved by compassion for the lonely earth. Nuwa emerged and gazed upon Pangu's creation. She saw the rivers and mountains, the high sky and broad earth, and found them beautiful, but empty. Gliding through the new world on her long dragon tail, Nuwa felt a deep yearning to fill this emptiness with living beings. Stopping by the edge of a muddy riverbank, the goddess knelt and scooped up wet clay in her hands. With gentle concentration, she began to sculpt. She formed a small figure in her own image, shaping a head, body, arms, and legs, and smoothing a tiny face onto it. Carefully, Nuwa placed the clay figure on the ground. For a moment, it sat lifeless. Then it shuddered and blinked its eyes. The first human drew its first breath. Delighted, Nuwa continued her work. She moulded more figures from the yellow clay, one by one. Each time, she gave them a kind smile and the spark of life. Men and women came into being under her skillful fingers. They stood up, walking and talking, and soon they were laughing and dancing, grateful to the mother goddess who had created them. For a time, Nuwa was content to craft every person individually, placing them lovingly in different corners of the world. But as the days passed, she realized the task was endless. The earth was vast and could welcome far more people than she alone could shape by hand. Ever resourceful, Nuwa dipped a long rope into the clay and then lifted it, dripping, from the riverbank. Walking across the land, she swung the muddy rope in broad arcs. Drops of clay flew in every direction. Wherever a drop of mud splattered the ground, it transformed into a living person. In this manner, Nuwa populated the open fields, the river valleys, and the hillsides with people. According to one tale, those humans formed by Nuwa's careful hand became the nobles and leaders of society, while those flung from the rope became the common folk, spread far and wide. In this gentle way, humanity was born under Nuwa's guidance, and the once desolate world filled with voices, families, and life. With humans now inhabiting the land, the world felt more complete. Villages took shape. Children's laughter and the smoke from cooking fires began to drift up under the sky. Nuwa watched the men and women learning to survive, gathering fruits, fishing in the rivers, building shelters from wood and mud. She was pleased, and for a while, all was well. But peace in the cosmos can be fragile. Soon a great calamity befell the newborn world. The legends say that a monstrous being, a raging water dragon named Gong Gong, became angry and smashed his head against one of the great mountains that supported the heavens. The mountain's peak crumbled with a thunderous crash, and one of the sky's 4 pillars collapsed. All at once, the firmament tilted. The blue sky tore open, and through that gaping wound, the sun, moon, and stars began to slip from their courses. On earth, the ground cracked. Fire burst out from deep below, and floods from the seas rose to engulf the land. Chaos threatened to unravel Pangu's creation. Alarmed at this disaster, Nuwa knew she had to act swiftly to save the world and her beloved humans. In the midst of swirling floodwaters and raging fires, the mother goddess flew to the shattered sky. She saw the gaping hole in heaven and understood what must be done. First, Nuwa gathered reeds and bulrushes, weaving them into rafts to rescue people trapped by the rising waters. Then she climbed to a mountaintop and searched the land for special materials. In the riverbeds and cliffs, she found stones of 5 different colours: brilliant red, azure blue, shining white, lush green, and rich yellow. One by one, Nuwa collected these 5-coloured stones and brought them to a great furnace. She stoked its divine flames and melted the stones down, transforming them into a thick, multicoloured liquid. With great care, Nuwa climbed up to the torn sky and poured the liquid across the heaven's wound. The molten rainbow spread out and cooled, forming a strong patch that sealed the sky and prevented it from falling apart further. Next, Nuwa looked down to address the floods and fires ravaging the earth. She caught a gigantic turtle from the sea and took 4 mighty legs from it, setting them as new pillars at the 4 corners of the earth to replace the one that had collapsed. These turtle legs were immensely strong and bore the weight of the heavens, helping to steady the sky once more, though ever after, the sky would lean slightly to the northwest where the pillar had broken, and the earth would sink a bit to the southeast, which is why rivers in China all flow in that direction, or so the story goes. After propping up the sky, Nuwa scattered fine ashes from reeds across the floodwaters, soaking them up and calming the surging seas. Gradually, the waters receded back into their channels, and the fires died out into embers. At last, the crisis was over. The sky was whole again, supported at its corners, and the earth was restored to stability. Still, the upheaval left its mark. The heavens remained tilted, and the stars forever travel in a skewed path across the sky. Low-lying lands in the southeast stayed marshy from the Great Flood. But humanity was safe. Survivors emerged from their hiding places on hills and rafts, grateful to see the sun and moon once again moving in their proper paths. They offered thanks to merciful Nuwa, who had laboured tirelessly to save the world. Standing beneath the restored heavens, Nuwa surveyed the quiet, drying earth and the people beginning to rebuild their lives. She felt satisfied that order and beauty had been preserved for future generations. In later ages, people told that Nuwa did not stand alone. By her side was her brother, Fuxi, another primordial being with a human's upper body and a dragon's tail, who helped bring wisdom and order to humankind. After the sky was mended and the floods were tamed, Fuxi became a benevolent king in the early world, guiding humanity's first steps. He taught people how to weave fishing nets, to draw sustenance from the rivers, and how to domesticate animals for food and farm work. Fuxi also showed the secrets of music, so that humans could create comforting melodies from reed flutes and zither strings. Some legends say Fuxi devised the very first writing symbols by observing the patterns of bird tracks and star constellations, thus gifting civilization with language. Together, Nuwa and Fuxi reigned over a gentle golden age, often depicted in ancient art as 2 intertwined figures with serpentine tails, holding the tools of creation. Under their wise rule, society flourished at the dawn of time. Crops grew abundant, families prospered, and humans lived in harmony with the heavens. But as with the sweetness of morning dew, that earliest era could not last forever. Eventually, the direct influence of the creator gods faded, and the responsibility for maintaining balance in the world passed on to the rhythms of nature and the deeds of mortal rulers. The sun and moon would now rise and set each day on their own. The stars would wheel through the sky, and the ongoing harmony of creation would depend on those who watched and interpreted the celestial signs. With the world now established and calm, ancient Chinese sages imagined the cosmos as a great celestial architecture. The sky was believed to be a vast domed canopy arching over a flat, square earth. At each of the 4 corners of the earth stood a mighty mountain that helped to support the heavens, much like the repaired pillar that Nuwa had raised in the northwest. Highest of all was Kunlun, the sacred mountain in the distant west, often called the axis of the world. It was said that atop Mount Kunlun lay a paradise, the garden of the Queen Mother of the West, an immortal goddess, where magical peaches grew that granted longevity to the gods. To the east, beyond the known lands, stretched the great Eastern Sea. In those waters grew a giant mulberry tree called Fusang. Each morning, the single sun would emerge from the branches of this divine tree to begin its daily journey across the sky. In the far north, the sky itself was believed to turn around an imperishable point, the North Star, like a celestial pivot holding the heavens in place. The The people envisioned the earth below, divided into many regions and encircled by a great ocean that reached the horizon in all directions. In this ordered cosmos, every element had its appointed place and function, forming a balanced whole. Heaven and earth were neatly arranged, and so long as both the gods in the sky and the rulers on earth upheld their sacred duties, that orderly pattern would continue and keep chaos at bay. Now the heavens could get on with their regular rhythms. The sun climbed from the fusang tree at dawn to bathe the land in light, and the moon took its gentle shift at night. The stars resumed their eternal glittering march across the sky. With the cosmic order secured, the ancient Chinese began to tell stories of the luminous inhabitants of the heavens, the devoted guardians of the sky who ensured light, time, and order for all living things. Dawn breaks in the east, and golden light spills over the hills and fields of ancient China. Each day, the rising sun was more than a routine of nature. It was a divine drama in the sky. In Chinese mythology, the sun was not alone in the heavens. Long ago, it is said, there was not one sun, but 10. 10 brilliant brothers who were actually great three-legged crows, roosting in a cosmic mulberry tree far to the east. Each day, one sun crow would ride a fiery chariot across the sky, while his 9 brothers rested. In this way, there was daylight every day, but only one sun at a time, which kept the world warm and bright, yet comfortable. But one fateful day, the 10 sun brothers grew mischievous and decided that all of them would rise together. At their appointed hour, suddenly 10 suns blazed in the sky. The combined heat was unbearable. Crops withered in the fields, ponds and lakes dried up. People and animals collapsed, overcome by the sweltering glare. The once life-giving sunlight became a force of destruction when multiplied tenfold. The Jade Emperor, ruler of heaven, heard the cries of humans and knew this could not continue. He summoned an archer of legendary skill, a mortal hero named Hao Yi, and tasked him with taming the 10 suns before the earth was scorched barren. Hao Yi descended from the heavens, carrying a mighty red bow and a quiver of white arrows crafted by the gods. He travelled to the top of Kunlun, the world's central mountain, to face the blazing sky. Looking up, Hao Yi saw 10 furious orbs dancing and radiating unbearable heat. Though these were the emperor's own sons, Hao Yi knew he had to act to save the world. He took a deep breath, drew his bow, and aimed an arrow at one of the suns. The arrow flew true. With a burst of light, it struck a sun crow, and that sun fell from the sky in a shower of sparks, transforming into a fiery 3-legged raven as it tumbled, before disappearing beyond the horizon. Hao Yi knocked and loosed another arrow, and another. One by one, his arrows brought down the suns. With each hit, daylight dimmed a little more. The people below watched in awe and trepidation as one after another, 9 brilliant suns were shot out of the sky. The heavens, which had been white hot, gradually softened to blue. Finally, only one sun remained, the youngest of the 10, and now the sole beacon of daylight. This last sun, frightened and alone, promised to abide by the proper order from then on. Hao Yi lowered his bow and allowed this final sun to continue its journey. The world was saved from burning, but now only one sun would shine each day. In the sudden calm after the battle, that single sun blazed a warm gold and resumed its rightful path from east to west. The scorched earth began to cool. Grateful people emerged from shade and caves, marveling at the gentle sunshine on their faces. They praised Hao Yi as a savior of the world. Even the Jade Emperor, despite mourning the loss of 9 of his unruly sons, recognized Hao Yi's great deed. As a reward, the Queen Mother of the West presented Hao Yi with a special gift, a small vial containing the elixir of immortality, a precious potion that could grant eternal life. With this divine elixir, Hao Yi and his beloved wife Chang'e faced a choice. They had both been immortals once. Hao Yi had lived in heaven as an archer god before being sent down to tame the suns. But they had grown to cherish life on earth among humans. Hao Yi did not wish to ascend to the heavens again without Chang'e, and he could not imagine eternity without her. Instead of drinking the elixir himself, Hao Yi entrusted the vial to Chang'e for safekeeping, and they decided to wait for the right moment when they could share it and both live forever. Yet such a powerful treasure could not stay secret for long. One day, while Hao Yi was away hunting, a prowling neighbor or apprentice, the stories vary, discovered that Hao Yi's household possessed the elixir of immortality. Burning with greed, this man barged into the house and demanded that Chang'e hand over the potion. Chang'e's heart pounded. She knew she could not overpower him, and she could not allow such sacred magic to fall into wicked hands. In a desperate decision, Chang'e uncorked the vial and drank the elixir herself. The moment the shimmering liquid touched her lips, Chang'e felt gravity's pull on her begin to loosen. She became light and buoyant, her body glowing with an ethereal haze. Hao Yi returned home just in time to see Chang'e rising from the floor, her form radiant and drifting toward the ceiling. He ran to her, but it was too late. Chang'e had become an immortal. With tears in her eyes, Chang'e felt herself being drawn upward, out of the window and into the open sky. Hao Yi could only watch, sorrowful and astonished, as his wife floated higher and higher. She did not ascend all the way to the heavens, however. Chang'e chose to stay as close as possible to her beloved husband and their home. She stopped on the moon, that gentle lamp of night nearest to the earth, and there she made her new home. From below, Hao Yi gazed up at the moon, hoping for a glimpse of Chang'e. On the very next full moon night, he saw it, the faint outline of a graceful figure on the lunar disk. It was Chang'e, now the Lady of the Moon, casting a serene glow down upon the world. Though they were apart, they were at least still connected by the soft beams of moonlight. Hao Yi laid out a table in his garden, with incense and her favourite sweet foods and fruits as offerings, and prayed that Chang'e was happy and at peace. Ever since, when the moon is full and brightest in the autumn, people honour Chang'e's love and sacrifice. They gather with family, share mooncakes and pomelo fruit, and look up at the moon, telling the story of the lady who lives there. Chang'e was not alone on the cold moon. A small white companion soon joined her, the jade rabbit. Some say this rabbit was a pet that leapt into the sky to be with Chang'e. Others say the rabbit was already a resident of the moon, an immortal creature who pounds herbs to make the elixir of life. In any case, the moon rabbit became Chang'e's friend. And to this day, if you look carefully at the full moon, Chinese folklore says you can see the outline of a rabbit's shape, forever mixing the potion of immortality under a spreading cassia tree. Together, the gentle moon goddess and the jade rabbit keep each other company in the lunar palace, a comforting sight for lovers separated by distance and for those who miss someone far away. As the moon glides across the sky each night, countless stars sparkle to life in the darkness around her. To the people of ancient China, each star and constellation carried a story or a piece of wisdom. The night was a vast map of tales and symbols written in points of light. Among the many star legends, one of the most beloved is the tale of two star-crossed lovers, Niulang and Jinu, represented by stars in our summer sky. High above, near the great misty band of the Milky Way, shines Vega, the Weaver Girl star, and across that silvery river sparkles Altair, the cowherd star. They say Jinu, the Weaver Girl, was a beautiful celestial maiden, a daughter of the Jade Emperor himself, whose task was to weave the gorgeous, multicolored clouds of heaven on her loom. Day in and day out, she wove shimmering fabrics of sunset and dawn. But Jinu grew lonely in her heavenly life. Down on earth lived Niulang, a kind and hard-working cowherd, who also felt alone after the loss of his parents. By a twist of fate, some say a mischievous star or a sympathetic ox spirit arranged it, Jinu came down to earth and met Niulang. The celestial girl and the mortal boy fell deeply in love. Jinu decided to stay with Niulang, and for a time, they lived happily. She put aside her cloud-weaving duties, and they married, raising 2 young children while tending Niulang's farm together. However, when the Jade Emperor and his wife, the Queen Mother of the West, noticed that one of their 7 daughters had abandoned her heavenly post, they were furious. How could a divine princess forsake her work and station to live as a mortal? The angry Queen Mother swept down from the heavens and seized Jinu, dragging the weaver back up to the sky. With a flick of her jade hairpin, the Queen Mother drew a wide river of stars across the sky, creating the Milky Way as a barrier to separate Jinu from her beloved Niulang forever. Suddenly, the lovers found themselves on opposite sides of a vast, starry river, able only to gaze across the sparkling expanse, their hearts filled with longing. Jinu was forced back to her loom, weaving sorrow into the sunset clouds as her tears fell as tiny new stars. Niulang, left on earth with their son and daughter, was devastated. In some versions of the tale, Niulang's loyal ox, who was, in fact, a former heavenly being, carried Niulang and the children on his back and flew up, trying to reach Jinu. But they could not cross the great silver river of stars that divided them. The family's cries of despair touched the hearts of all the magpies in the world. Moved by the depth of the couple's love and the sound of their weeping, the magpies decided to help. Once a year, on the 7th night of the 7th lunar month, thousands of magpies fly up into the sky. They form a living bridge across the Milky Way with their outstretched wings, allowing Niulang and Jinu to cross and reunite for a single glorious day. On that night each year, known as Kishi, the Night of Sevens, the cowherd and weaver girl meet again. If the evening is clear, one can imagine Vega and Altair shining a little brighter, together at last. If it rains on that date, people say they are the tears of Niulang and Jinu, weeping because the magpie bridge could not form, and they must wait yet another year. Even so, their love endures across the great sky, a timeless reminder that even the unbridgeable distance of the stars can be crossed by devotion. The Chinese night sky was alive with such characters and creatures: lovers, heroes, dragons, tigers, and turtles, all twinkling in the dark canvas overhead. Unlike the Greek constellations that form familiar figures like Orion or Pegasus, the ancient Chinese mapped the heavens in their own way. They saw patterns of palaces and gardens, dragons and deer, and celestial bureaucrats among the stars. The pole star, whom they called the Purple Emperor, shone steadily in the north as the eternal throne of heaven, around which all other stars revolved. The Chinese emperor on earth placed his palace facing north to mirror this. He, the son of heaven, ruled under the pole star's watch, keeping order as that star does in the sky. In the four cardinal directions of the sky, four great spiritual beasts kept vigil, each watching over a quadrant of stars and a season of the year. In the east, as spring brought the world back to life, a mighty azure dragon uncoiled among the stars, a symbol of growth, rains, and renewal. In the south, under the fiery glow of summer, a vermilion bird, a phoenix-like creature, spread its red wings among the stars, symbolizing warmth, passion, and ripening fields. In the west, during autumn's harvest, a white tiger prowled in the heavens, representing courage, mettle, and the balance between life and death as the year wanes. And in the north, as winter's cold settled, a black tortoise, often depicted entwined with a serpentine tail, watched over the dim stars, signifying endurance, wisdom, and the stillness of the year's longest nights. These celestial guardians marked the seasons and directions, ensuring that the turning of the year proceeded in harmony. Everywhere they looked, the people of ancient China found meaning in the movements of the skies. The sun and moon were not mere objects, but vital forces with personalities, sometimes gentle, sometimes fearsome. The stars were not random, but arranged with intention, telling and retelling stories in their positions. The universe seemed to be a grand stage where each celestial being, whether a god, animal, or hero, performed its part to maintain the delicate balance of nature. Through these starry tales, the Chinese came to understand that the cosmos was not cold or impersonal. It was alive, purposeful, and intimately connected to life on Earth. The sun shone by day so that crops could grow and families could thrive. The moon waxed and waned, guiding monthly gatherings, celebrations, and the rhythms of planting and harvest. The stars marked navigation routes and the passing of years. Above all, these celestial guardians made sure that time flowed correctly and that the seasons changed as they should, protecting the world from chaos. For instance, when the sun vanished in an unexpected eclipse, people reacted not only with awe, but with alarm at its cosmic portent. According to legend, a voracious heavenly dragon, or divine dog, was trying to swallow the sun, and likewise the moon during a lunar eclipse. To frighten this creature away, villagers would rush out of their homes, clanging gongs and beating drums, and archers would shoot arrows toward the sky. Even the imperial court would be thrown into a flurry. Astronomer priests hastened to perform rituals and offer prayers to calm the heavens. Invariably, the dark shadow would slip away from the sun. Light and normalcy returned, greeted by the relieved cheers of the people. These rituals and stories reinforced the belief that human vigilance and unity could help keep the cosmic order intact, driving off darkness and ensuring that the celestial guardians remained on their proper course. Gazing upward on a clear night, an ancient Chinese villager might feel that the sky was not distant at all, but a vast kingdom that mirrored their own. The emperor's celestial court was there among the stars. Dragons and phoenixes guarded the horizons. An immortal moon lady lit the darkness. A herdsman and weaver girl whispered across the Milky Way. In every twinkle overhead, there was a story, a lesson, or a comfort. The boundary between earth and heaven felt thin, each reflected the other. This deep bond between sky and earth would only grow stronger as people noticed the patterns above repeating and mirroring the cycles of their own lives. Night gives way to day, summer to autumn, and even the brightest stars trace circles in the sky as the years go by. The ancient Chinese observed these changes closely and came to believe that time was not a straight line, but a great wheel turning again and again. They saw patterns everywhere. The sun returning each morning after its journey through the underworld of night. The moon cycling from new to full to new each month. The seasons following one another in a circle of renewal. Life itself, they realized, mirrored these cosmic rhythms. Birth, growth, decline, and rebirth. Every ending was gently folded into a new beginning. This deep intuition of cyclical time became a cornerstone of their worldview. Yin and yang, the dark and the light, the receptive and the active, were forever trading places in an eternal cosmic dance. Just as night, yin, yields to day, yang, and winter's stillness gives way to spring's vitality. The Chinese believed the universe maintained its balance through this constant alternation. When one force reached its peak, it would begin to transform into its opposite. In this way, harmony was preserved. The idea of yin and yang taught that no state was permanent. Daylight turns to dusk, sorrow can turn to joy, and even political power can wax and wane, all as part of the natural order. This understanding made the cycles of time something to respect and accept, rather than resist. To express the flow of years in a memorable way, the ancients told a playful story about a great race between animals, a race that determined the order of the years themselves. According to this folktale, the Jade Emperor wanted to assign an animal to each year in a repeating 12-year cycle, what we now call the Chinese zodiac. To fairly decide which animals and in what sequence, he announced a race and invited all the animals to participate. The first 12 to finish would earn a place in the zodiac. On the morning of the race, a great crowd of creatures gathered at the bank of a wide river, which they would have to cross to reach the finish line. There were the powerful ox and tiger, the nimble rabbit, the brave dragon, the clever rat, the sly snake, the spirited horse, the gentle goat or sheep, the lively monkey, the proud rooster, the loyal dog, and the easygoing pig. At the emperor's signal, all the animals leapt forward into the challenge. Right away, the strong ox surged to the front, entering the river with calm, steady steps. Unknown to him, the tiny rat, unable to swim well on his own, had hopped onto the ox's back. The ox, kind-hearted and focused, didn't mind the small passenger and concentrated on plodding through the water. Not far behind, the tiger plunged in, muscles rippling as he fought the current, determined to catch up. The rabbit, not a strong swimmer, found a series of stepping stones and quickly hopped from rock to rock. Halfway across, she slipped, but caught a floating log and clung on as it drifted downstream, praying it would carry her safely across. Above, the dragon was flying toward the finish. Being a magical creature of the sky, he could have easily come in first, but the dragon noticed the struggling rabbit on her log. Out of compassion, the dragon paused and used his breath to gently blow the log, guiding it to shore. This cost him time, but he deemed it more important to help. Meanwhile, the horse was making good progress, galloping through the shallows when he could. What he didn't notice was that the cunning snake had coiled herself around the horse's leg at the start, hoping for an easy ride. Just as the horse reached the bank and the finish line came into view, the snake uncurled and slithered ahead. The startled horse reared back just enough for the sly snake to cross the line before him. At the head of the pack, the ox lumbered onto the far shore first, with the rat still perched on his back. As soon as the solid ground was beneath them, the rat leapt off the ox's shoulder and scurried across the finish line, just a whisker ahead. Thus, the clever rat won first place in the zodiac. The ox crossed a heartbeat later, earning second place and not begrudging the rat, since he hadn't even noticed the little hitchhiker until that moment. Next came the powerful tiger, exhausted from fighting the current, securing third place. The rabbit, buoyed by unexpected help, arrived fourth, grateful and surprised to be alive and on land. The majestic dragon swooped down to claim fifth, explaining apologetically that he might have been faster, but had stopped to do good along the way. Moments later, the galloping horse arrived, only to see the snake already curled up on the finish line before him. The horse took seventh place, shaking his mane in bemusement, while the snake smugly accepted sixth. Not long after, the goat appeared, wet and shivering but smiling, alongside the monkey and the rooster. These three had helped each other. The rooster had spotted a raft and invited the monkey and goat aboard. Together, the monkey steered, the goat kept the raft balanced, and the rooster crowed encouragement. Thanks to teamwork, they made it across. The Jade Emperor was delighted by their cooperation and awarded the goat 8th place, the monkey 9th, and the rooster 10th, in the order they stepped off the raft. Soon a scruffy dog paddled ashore. The dog was an excellent swimmer, so everyone was puzzled why he arrived only in 11th place. The dog shook off the water and admitted cheerfully that he had been enjoying himself splashing and playing in the river. He almost forgot it was a race until the end. Finally, just as the emperor was about to close the race, up trotted the pig, snorting and content. The well-fed pig had gotten hungry and taken a mid-race snack and nap. Refreshed, he waddled across the finish as the 12th and final zodiac animal. And so, the Jade Emperor declared the results. The 12 animals of the zodiac, in order: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. From that day on, each year was named after one of these animals in cycle. People born in the year of the tiger, for example, might be brave and fierce. Those born in the year of the rabbit, gentle and lucky, and so on, according to the nature of each creature. More importantly, the zodiac gave the Chinese a poetic way to mark time's passage. Instead of a list of numbers, the years became a repeating story. The rat year scurries through, followed by the diligent ox year, then the bold tiger year, and so forth, endlessly repeating every 12 years. This made the flow of years something vivid and familiar, each year carrying its own atmosphere and lessons. Beyond just 12-year cycles, the Chinese found other patterns in time. They paired the cycle of 12 animals with another cycle of 10 heavenly stems, associated with 5 elements like wood, fire, earth, metal, water in their yin and yang forms, to create a greater cycle of 60 years. 60 years, a full cycle combining every animal with every element, was considered an auspicious span, after which the calendar of years would start over with the same combinations. To live through 60 years was to have seen a complete revolution of heaven's influences. In fact, the Chinese word for cycle of 60 years, a jiazi, also came to mean a lifetime or a generation. The belief in cycles extended to history itself, to the rise and fall of kings and dynasties. Unlike some cultures who imagined a single creation and a single apocalypse, the Chinese imagined history as a series of repeating ages. Each dynasty, the ruling family line, was like a great era with its own life cycle. A vigorous and virtuous beginning, spring, a flourishing peak, summer, a period of decline, autumn, and ultimately a collapse, winter, that would make way for a new dynasty, the next spring. To explain why dynasties changed, the philosophers of ancient China developed the concept of the mandate of heaven. Heaven, known as Tian, was thought of not just as the physical sky, but as a cosmic order and moral force. The mandate of heaven was heaven's blessing and approval given to a rightful ruler. An emperor who held the mandate would rule prosperously, with the cosmos itself in harmony, rains falling when needed, fields yielding abundantly, and peace prevailing. This mandate wasn't eternal or unconditional. It depended on the emperor's virtue and the well-being of the people. If an emperor became cruel, corrupt, or ineffective, it was believed that heaven would show signs of displeasure through natural phenomena and social unrest. Historical chronicles describe uncanny events when a dynasty was losing the mandate of heaven. Eclipses or comets might appear unexpectedly, seen as heaven sending warning signals. Earthquakes, floods, or droughts might strike repeatedly, the elements themselves seeming to rebel. Rebellions and uprisings among the people were also seen as manifestations of heaven's will, the voice of the masses in turmoil reflecting the will of the cosmos. If the ruling house did not correct its ways, heaven would withdraw the mandate entirely and allow the dynasty to fall. A new leader, one who often arose from humble beginnings with a reputation for virtue and capability, would then earn heaven's mandate and establish a new dynasty, restoring order. One famous legend illustrates the flow of the mandate from one dynasty to the next. In the time of the wise Emperor Yao, long before China's first historically recorded dynasty, a great flood had inundated the land. Villages were underwater, people and animals drowned or driven to the hills, and famine loomed. Emperor Yao, concerned for his people, appointed a minister named Gun to stop the flooding. Gun spent 9 years piling up dams and dikes. He even stole a sacred growing soil from heaven to try to block the waters. But nothing worked. Every embankment Gun built was eventually overwhelmed by the relentless floodwaters. The disaster raged on, and heaven seemed not to favour Gun's approach. Finally, Yao cast about for another solution and called upon Gun's son, Yu. Yu was a humble and diligent man. Instead of trying to wall off or conquer the water, Yu studied it. He observed that the flood behaved like a living creature, powerful, but following certain patterns and paths. Gathering the help of local villagers, and legends say, receiving aid from mystical creatures. A yellow dragon helped pull his heavy digging plough, and a giant tortoise ferried away the excess mud. Yu set out not to block the water, but to guide it. He dug new channels and dredged riverbeds. He widened outlets and cut canals through which the trapped floodwaters could flow out safely to the ocean. He travelled the length and breadth of the land for 13 long years, opening waterways, hauling soil, and sweating alongside ordinary folks, never once returning home to his own family until the work was done. Legend says, Yu was so dedicated that once, when he passed by his own house and heard his baby's cries inside, he still refused to go in, because slowing down, even for a day, might have delayed relief for the suffering people. Because Yu worked with nature's cycles instead of against them, the great floods gradually receded, the rivers found agreeable courses to the sea, and fertile plains emerged again from beneath the retreating waters. Crops could be planted once more, and life began to flourish under clear skies. Yu's success was seen as proof that he possessed a noble and virtuous character favoured by heaven. When the aging Emperor Yao and his successor, the wise Emperor Shun, saw Yu's achievement and humility, they decided that Yu should be the next leader of the realm. Thus, Yu became the founder of the Xia dynasty, the first dynasty in traditional Chinese history, marking the start of a new era. It was said that heaven's mandate had passed to Yu, the man who restored balance between the elements and saved the people. And indeed, under Yu's rule, the land became prosperous and orderly again. This story was told for generations as an example of how a just ruler, working in harmony with heaven and earth, could avert catastrophe, and how heaven would in turn legitimize his reign. From that point on, every new dynasty's founders were often described with similar tales of virtue and miraculous support from heaven, while the last emperors of declining dynasties were blamed for losing heaven's favor through arrogance or neglect. The cycle continued. Zhou replaced Shang, Han replaced Zhou, and so on. Each transition marked by omens in the sky and great events on earth that signaled the turning of the wheel of fate. Even on a personal level, the people of China found comfort in the idea of cyclical time. The hardships and sorrows of life were eased by the promise of renewal. After the coldest winter, spring would surely come. After the darkest night, dawn would surely break. They celebrated the new year each winter, not simply as an end, but as a bright new beginning, cleansing the old and welcoming the new with a cacophony of firecrackers and the glow of red lanterns to chase away any lingering evil from the past cycle. They observed the cycle of the moon with monthly lantern festivals and honored the cycle of the sun with solstice ceremonies. Marking time became a ritual of hope and continuity. In one popular legend, a fearsome beast called Nian would emerge at the end of each year to prey upon villages. But the people learned that this monster dreaded loud noise and the color red. Ever since then, the new year has been welcomed with red banners, brilliant lanterns, and the explosive crackle of firecrackers, all to scare away Nian and any bad fortune, ensuring the next cycle begins fresh and protected. In their star lore and astrology too, the Chinese perceived cyclical patterns. The positions of the planets and stars at one's birth were said to influence one's destiny, not in a fixed way, but in rhythms and lucky or unlucky periods that came and went. The planet we call Venus would appear in the eastern dawn sky for a time, then disappear and later shine in the western dusk sky. So they called it the Great White Star and imagined it had dual aspects in a cycle. Eclipses, comets, meteors, all were woven into recurring heavenly patterns in their records. If a strange new star blazed, a supernova, we know now, or a comet with a long tail suddenly streaked the sky, it was not just a random event, but a disruption of the usual cycles that had to mean something important. Court astronomers carefully noted these anomalies and advised the emperor on which ceremonies or corrections of policy might restore cosmic harmony. To an ancient Chinese sage, time was like the wheel of a great cart, rolling endlessly onward. Each spoke that touches the ground will rise again in time, and the wheel itself leaves repeating grooves on the road. The past and future were connected. Events in the present echoed those in ages past. Nothing was ever truly lost in the river of time, only transformed, only waiting for its turn to come around again. This way of thinking cultivated patience and perspective. If times were hard now, better times would circle back eventually, as surely as the spring follows winter. And if times were prosperous now, one must act with humility and care, knowing that hardship, too, could return someday. Under the endless dome of the sky, the Chinese found reassurance in these rhythms. Even the sky itself, they observed, changed over centuries. The stars shifted positions slightly over long periods, hinting at a grand cycle of the heavens, what we know now as the precession of Earth's axis. Everything in the cosmos moved in patterns, large or small. Theirs was a universe of eternal return. We can imagine, in a quiet garden of an old Chinese village, an elder gazing up at the night sky. He sees the Big Dipper, slowly rotating around the pole star, as it had since his grandfather's time. He knows that in the heavens, as in life, there is a time for every cycle, a time of light and a time of darkness, a time of plenty and a time of need, and that each will follow the other as surely as the stars circle overhead. With this understanding, he feels at peace amid life's changes. But the tapestry of sky lore does not end with China. Far beyond the Himalayas to the west, another ancient civilization was also looking up at the cosmos and spinning its own celestial narratives. In the old Vedic hymns and epic poems of India, the universe begins not only with chaos, but with a golden cosmic egg shining in primordial waters. Indian sages imagined time in grand scales, not just years or centuries, but vast ages called yugas that turn like a mighty wheel, spanning tens of thousands of years. The sun, the moon, and the planets in Indian myth are guided by their own gods, riding chariots across the heavens. The stars, too, are personified, seen as 27 cosmic goddesses, each a nakshatra or lunar mansion, marking the moon's path through the month. As we leave the Chinese sky behind, our path leads onward to these Indian stories of creation and cosmic order. The endless sky stretches over all, and under its canopy, each culture finds profound connections between heaven and earth. Our next stop lies under the mystic skies of ancient India, where a new chapter of cosmic mythology awaits, shimmering with its own tales of eggs, eclipses, and eternal cycles. In a far corner of the ancient world, beyond great mountains and deserts, lies the land of China. Here, under the same endless sky, people told different stories about the heavens above. It is said that in the very beginning, before the earth and sky came to be, there was only silent darkness, a formless, boundless chaos, like a thick fog, enveloping everything and nothing. No light shone, no breeze blew, and time itself seemed frozen in that cosmic void. All things were mixed together, with no sky above, no ground below. Within this void, the universe's essence drifted aimlessly. Over countless ages, that primordial chaos began to coalesce into something unexpected, a cosmic egg. For eons it floated in darkness, and within that egg, the opposing forces of yin, the heavy, dark, passive essence, and yang, the light, bright, active essence, slowly came into balance, swirling and settling like oil and water until harmony was achieved. After 18,000 years, so the legend goes, something stirred deep inside the cosmic egg. A spark of life emerged, a giant known as Pangu. He is often described as a horned, hairy giant wielding a great axe. Pangu awoke from his long slumber and found himself trapped in a warm, dark silence. Yearning for freedom, he took up his axe and with a powerful swing cracked open the cosmic egg. The first sound of creation rang out like a great drum in the void, and a thunderous boom echoed as the shell split apart. In that moment, the lighter, clear elements of chaos, all that was pure and yang, floated up, becoming the sky, and the heavier, murky elements, all that was dense and yin, sank down to form the earth. Pangu suddenly found himself standing between a newborn sky above and a newborn land below, but they were still perilously close to one another. So Pangu braced his strong arms against the sky and his legs against the earth, and pushed with all his might, determined to keep them apart. Day after day, Pangu stood like a living pillar between the two realms. his arms braced against the heavens, and his feet planted firmly on the earth below. For another 18,000 years, he sustained this effort. Each day, the sky grew 10 feet higher, the earth 10 feet thicker, and Pangu himself 10 feet taller to maintain the separation. He never wavered, ensuring the young universe had space to breathe. Finally, after long eras of ceaseless labour, Pangu felt that his task was complete. The sky had risen far into the heavens, vast and blue, and the earth was solid and secure beneath. Exhausted from millennia of toil, Pangu gently laid himself down. He closed his eyes and yielded to death. But in this mythology, death was not an end so much as a new beginning. As Pangu took his last breath, the giant's body began to transform in a final act of creation. As Pangu exhaled his final breath, a breeze stirred across the empty world. As he let out one last sound, it rolled like distant thunder. In death, Pangu's enormous form gave rise to the features of the natural world. His breath became the wind and clouds that roam the skies. His deep voice became the rumbling thunder. As his eyes closed, one eye became the bright sun, and the other the gentle moon, taking their places in the heavens. His mighty arms and legs and torso turned into the vast mountains that tower over the land. Pangu's blood flowed forth as the rushing rivers and seas, and his muscles turned to fertile soil in valleys and plains. From his thick hair and beard, the stars and the Milky Way were born, sparkling across the night. His skin and fine hairs transformed into trees, flowers, and forests, clothing the earth in green. His bones and teeth became veins of precious minerals, gleaming ores, jade, and pearls hidden in the ground. His sweat fell as rain to nourish the land. Even the little mites and fleas that had lived on Pangu's skin were carried by the wind, and some say they became the birds and animals that roam the earth to this day. Every part of the living world, grand or humble, thus traces its origin to the body of Pangu. The universe, once dark and featureless, was now wondrously alive. In this way, the Chinese myth tells us, the world was formed. The sky arched high, supported by the vast mountains at the horizon, and the earth spread out in all directions. Yet, in these early days, humans did not yet walk the earth. The world had plants and animals, rivers and sunlight, but it was missing the laughter and conversation of people. The task of populating the world fell to a compassionate goddess named Nuwa. Nuwa was often depicted as a being with the head of a woman and the body of a snake, a form both beautiful and mysterious. Her lower half coiled like a great dragon's tail, allowing her to glide over the land and water with divine ease. This serpent-bodied goddess wandered the newborn earth and marvelled at its raw beauty. She saw verdant forests, clear streams, and bright skies. But she found no creatures that could speak or sing, and she felt alone. A deep longing stirred in Nuwa's heart for company, for beings who could reflect and enjoy the creation as the gods did. One day, Nuwa came to the bank of a muddy yellow river. The warm sun was shining, and the wet clay in her hands felt supple. She had a sudden inspiration. She would shape figures from the earth itself. Kneeling by the water's edge, Nuwa scooped up a handful of soft clay and began to mould it with care and love. She sculpted a small figure in her own image, not with a snake's tail, but rather a torso, arms, and legs, like the gods' upper forms. She crafted every detail. 2 legs, 2 arms, 10 tiny fingers and 10 toes, and a little face with delicate features. When Nuwa was satisfied, she set the doll of clay upon the ground. To her astonishment, the clay figure shivered and then came to life. This was the first human. The tiny clay person blinked in the sunlight and gazed up at Nuwa, its divine mother, now alive and moving. It could smile and laugh and dance on the riverbank. Nuwa laughed with delight at this creation. Eagerly, Nuwa fashioned more figures. One by one, she sculpted men and women from the yellow earth. Each time, she set the figurine down and watched as it stirred to life, standing and beginning to explore. Before long, a whole village of little humans played at Nuwa's feet like curious children. They splashed in the shallows of the river, gathered fruits, and peered up at Nuwa with love and gratitude. Nuwa watched them with a motherly smile. Her heart swelled to see these new beings filling the world with sound and activity. As the sun set and rose, these first humans began to venture farther, exploring the land around them. Nuwa saw them learning to gather food, build the first simple shelters from branches, and light small fires to cook and to stay warm at night. She was pleased. They were resourceful and clever. They also showed kindness to one another, echoing the compassion with which Nuwa had formed them. Yet, creating humans one by one was slow and tiring, even for a goddess. Nuwa wanted multitudes of people, so they could keep each other company across the vast earth. So she thought of a new method. Taking a long rope of vine, Nuwa dipped it into the wet clay and swung it in wide arcs around her. Drops of mud flung off the rope in every direction. Wherever a drop of that clay landed on the ground, it magically turned into another human being, men and women emerging by the dozens from each splash of mud. In this way, countless people sprang up from the earth, so many that Nuwa could hardly count them. According to some stories, those humans moulded by Nuwa's own hand became the noble and wise leaders of early humanity, while those formed from the flung mud became the common folk. But all were Nuwa's children, created with her love. Soon the once empty world echoed with the sounds of human chatter, work, and laughter. Nuwa, the mother of mankind, was content. Under the vast sky upheld by Pangu's sacrifice, humanity flourished. They honored Nuwa for giving them life. For many generations thereafter, it is said that Nuwa and her brother consort, Fuxi, guided humanity. Fuxi, another divine being often depicted with a human head and serpentine body like Nuwa, helped teach people the ways of civilization, how to fish with nets, hunt with tools, cook food, and even create music. Together, Nuwa and Fuxi were honored as the first sovereigns, bringing order and culture to humankind. In ancient art, they are sometimes shown with their snake-like tails intertwined, holding tools of wisdom, Fuxi with a carpenter's square, and Nuwa with a compass, symbols of the arts and knowledge they bestowed upon the world. Under their gentle rule, people learned, prospered, and filled the earth with families and villages. And so, the Chinese tell of how the sky itself was born and nearly torn apart, and how a loving goddess restored it and brought forth humankind. Each time they look at the heavens, they remember it was Nuwa's ingenious patch of 5-colored stone that holds up the sky above them. To this day, in Chinese lore, Nuwa is revered as both creator and savior, the one who mended the heavens and gave life to humanity. But even in these early golden days, the balance of the world would be tested. The Chinese myths warn that chaos can return if the forces of nature fall into conflict, Indeed, disaster struck in Nuwa's time. One of the ancient gods, Gong Gong, the volatile spirit of water, got into a fierce feud with another powerful deity. Some say it was Jurong, the god of fire. Their battle shook the world. One fateful day, in a fit of uncontrollable rage after losing the fight, Gong Gong smashed his head against Mount Bujo, one of the great mountains that served as a pillar holding up the sky at the Earth's northwest corner. With an earth-shattering crack, the pillar broke apart. In an instant, one whole corner of the sky collapsed. The blue vault of heaven tore open above, leaving a gaping black hole in the sky. It was the Milky Way, the great silver river of heaven, created in that very moment as an impassable scar across the sky. The orderly dome of heaven had been rent, and the world below was thrown into turmoil. Through the ragged hole in the sky, the celestial fires of the sun and stars began to pour down uncontrollably. The sun and moon lost their balance. The sun veered off course, and the heavenly bodies all tilted toward the northwest, where the sky had fallen. The land itself shook and cracked. In the same moment, the earth split open in deep fissures. Mountains crumbled, and the plains in the southeast sank low. Water gushed out from the seas and rivers through these new cracks in the earth's surface. Suddenly, floods were raging across the land, since nothing held back the rivers anymore. The beautiful world Nuwa had nurtured was being utterly devastated. Under the broken sky, living creatures fled in panic. Blazing fires, sparked by the fragment of the sun that had spilled through the sky's wound, swept over forests and grasslands. Floodwaters rose and churned, covering what had been dry ground. Villages were inundated. Fields were scorched and then drowned. The air itself alternated between searing heat from above and choking steam from below. It seemed that the very elements had conspired to annihilate the world. Humans and animals alike ran in search of shelter beneath a collapsing firmament. Even mighty beasts cowered. Birds fell from the scorched sky, and fish were tossed from the boiling seas onto the land. The sky was literally falling, and no creature could escape its fury. People cried out in terror and despair, believing that the end of the world had come. Far above, in the lofty realm of the immortals, Nuwa heard the anguished cries of her children on earth. Seeing the dreadful disaster her people experienced, Nuwa was in deep sorrow. Her heart ached to witness such suffering and ruin. Flames were devouring whole groves of trees. Torrents of water were sweeping away homes. She knew that without intervention, all life on earth would soon perish, and the hard work of creation would be lost. Nuwa resolved to save the world she had helped make. With steadfast determination, the goddess set out across the ravaged land to find a way to repair the broken sky and quell the chaos. Nuwa first sought materials to patch the sky's hole. She searched the whole world and eventually came upon a range of rainbow-coloured stones, shining crystals of 5 different hues: red, blue, yellow, white, and black. Each of these stones held the essence of one of the 5 elements of nature. Nuwa collected as many of these 5-coloured stones as she could carry in her apron. She then built a great fire, piling timber high and setting it ablaze until it roared. In that furnace, she melted the sacred stones. The rocks glowed and sizzled, turning into a molten liquid of many colours, shimmering like liquid jade or multicoloured glass. The heat was intense, but Nuwa, being divine, endured it. Now carrying a great cauldron of this glowing molten mixture, Nuwa climbed a tall mountain that nearly reached the sky's edge. The wind howled around her, and through the torn sky she could see flames flickering and clouds swirling chaotically. Bracing herself at the top of the peak, Nuwa began her repairs. With steady hands, she poured the multicolored liquid across the torn sky. The magical substance cooled and hardened, forming a firm patch over the hole in heaven. Again and again Nuwa scooped and spread the liquid stone, sealing every crack and crevice in the sky's shell. She worked slowly and patiently, like a potter mending a cracked vase with golden resin. Bit by bit, the blue sky was restored, until no more flames rained down and the breach was entirely filled. Once more, the heavens became whole, a smooth dome stretching overhead, strong and intact. The heavenly fires ceased, and the light of the sun gentled to a warm glow rather than a burning blaze. Yet Nuwa knew her work was not done. The heavens had lost a vital support when Mount Bujo collapsed. With that northwestern pillar gone, the sky above was like a tent sagging in one corner. It could still tumble down if not propped up. The goddess needed to provide a new pillar for the sky. She scoured the earth for something sturdy enough to uphold heaven's weight. In a deep lake, Nuwa found a giant turtle, an ancient, colossal creature swimming peacefully. This turtle was said to have lived for millennia and had a shell the size of a small island. Nuwa gently rose out of the water before the turtle, who regarded the goddess with wise, old eyes. She approached this great turtle with gratitude and sorrow, for she intended to use part of its body to save the world. The compassionate turtle seemed to sense her purpose. It bowed its head as if in understanding, and offered itself for the sake of creation's safety. With a swift stroke of her divine sword, offered with silent thanks to the noble creature, Nuwa cut off the turtle's 4 mighty legs. She lifted each leg, each like a stone column, and placed them at the 4 corners of the earth. These became the new pillars of heaven, replacing the single Bujo mountain with 4 steadfast supports. Now the sky had firm legs to stand on once more. Still, the aftermath of the catastrophe needed tending. Fires had ignited across the land, and floods covered much of the low-lying earth. Nuwa refused to rest until the world was peaceful again. She battled and slew a fearsome black dragon that was stoking the chaos, ensuring it could no longer harm people. She also gathered reeds from marshes, burned them into ashes, and spread those ashes across the floodwaters. The ashes absorbed the water and helped dry out the soggy earth. Little by little, the floods receded and the fires dwindled. Charred ground began to cool. Submerged land emerged from the waters. What once was a roaring inferno and torrent became quiet and still. Under Nuwa's guidance, survivors came out of their hiding places, trembling but alive, and saw the sky whole and blue above once again. The sun, moon, and stars returned to their proper courses. A great sigh of relief passed through the world. Because of Nuwa's heroic deeds, order was finally restored. The azure sky stretched from horizon to horizon, now held firmly in place by the turtle leg pillars in each direction. The structure of the world, though repaired, was forever changed by the calamity. The sky now had a slight tilt where it had been patched. From that day on, it was said, the sky leans toward the northwest, and the earth sinks slightly toward the southeast, the very directions of the fallen pillars' collapse. This is why, according to Chinese legend, the sun, moon, and stars all gradually drift toward the northwest each day, as if rolling down a slope in the sky, and why the rivers on earth tend to flow southeast, seeking the lower ground. These subtle tilts in the natural world are lasting reminders of the time the sky nearly fell, and of the goddess who saved it. Under the newly mended heaven, life flourished again. Grateful humans built altars and offered prayers to merciful Nuwa, their saviour and mother. They passed down the story of how she rescued the world, generation after generation. Each time people gazed at the sky, they remembered that the blue vault above was held up by Nua's patch of 5-coloured stone. They knew that without her, the world might have ended in fire and flood. Nua's courage and love had kept heaven and earth in harmony. For thousands of years, the Chinese have honoured Nua as the mother of humanity and the mender of the sky, a figure of ingenuity and compassion. Among the twinkling hosts above, the Chinese saw more than just a repaired sky. They began to find stories written in the patterns of the stars themselves. One of the most cherished tales is a gentle romance set in the heavens. It is said that high above, on either side of the silvery band of the Milky Way, shine 2 particular stars whose fate has captured the hearts of lovers for centuries. Their gentle light tells a tale not of creation or war, but of love. A love so strong it literally bridged the heavens. This is the legend of Niulang and Jinu, often called the cowherd and the weaver girl, or, as some say, the herd boy and the maiden. Niulang was a humble cowherd. His name even means cowherd in Chinese. He lived long, long ago as a kind-hearted young man who had lost his parents early in life. He dwelt with a cruel elder brother and sister-in-law who eventually cast him out. So Niulang made his home in a simple cottage in the countryside, with only an old ox for company. He tilled the fields by day and slept under the open sky by night. Though poor and alone, Niulang remained gentle and hopeful. Each evening, after finishing his ploughing, Niulang would sit by the meadow and gaze up at the vast sky sprinkled with stars. Sometimes he spoke his thoughts aloud to the old ox, who would swish its tail as if listening. Niulang often felt a pang of loneliness under that magnificent sky, longing for a companion to share his life and dreams with. Little did Niulang know, his faithful ox was no ordinary beast. In some tellings of this story, the ox was a celestial being, perhaps the star of Taurus, who had been banished to earth. The ox, who loved Niulang like a friend, possessed the power of speech, but had kept it hidden, until fate intervened. One bright summer day, something wondrous occurred. Far above the earth, in the celestial realm, lived the weaver maiden, known as Jinu, the daughter of the mighty Jade Emperor. Her duty was to weave the colourful clouds and sunsets that adorned the sky. Day in and day out, Jinu sat at her heavenly loom, weaving silken robes of mist for the heavens. But her heart was weary of this endless work. Jinu yearned for something more, for love, for freedom, for a taste of the mortal world she had glimpsed from above. On that summer day, Jinu decided to leave her loom for a short respite and visit the world below. She wasn't alone. Several of her elder sisters, who were star maidens themselves, agreed to join her on an excursion. Laughing with excitement, the maidens descended from heaven to earth, their shimmering robes trailing behind them like shooting stars. They came to a quiet, hidden meadow where there was a crystal-clear lake. Upon arriving, the sisters shed their silken, heavenly robes and stepped into the cool water to bathe, their laughter echoing like wind chimes. The surface of the lake rippled with their play, catching the sunlight like a mirror of gold. A soft radiance filled the air around them. Birds hushed their singing in respect, and wildflowers gently turned their faces toward these divine visitors. That same afternoon, Niulang's old ox suddenly spoke in a rumbling human voice. It said, "Dear master, go to the lake in the meadow beyond. There you will find a marvel. Fear not, and be polite." Niulang was startled. Hearing his ox talk was the last thing he expected. But he sensed the ox spoke with wisdom. Gathering his courage, Niulang set out toward the meadow the ox described, curiosity and heart pounding in equal measure. When Niulang reached the hidden meadow, he could hardly believe his eyes. From behind the tall reeds, he saw the 7 heavenly maidens splashing and bathing in the lake, their gossamer robes laid on the shore. The sunlight danced on the water around them, and their laughter was like a melody. Among them, Niulang's gaze was drawn to the youngest and loveliest. That was Jinu. She had a face as radiant as dawn and eyes kind and bright. Niulang's heart swelled. He felt an instant connection to this beautiful maiden, as if he'd known her in his dreams. He watched in awe, but ever modest, Niulang tried not to intrude. He hid himself behind the reeds at the water's edge, afraid to startle them. His heart thudded in his chest at the sight of these otherworldly beings. Jinu, however, sensed Niulang's presence. Peering toward the shore, she saw the young man half hidden among the reeds. Instead of anger or fear, a gentle smile played on her lips. "You there," Jinu called out kindly. "Why not step forward? The day is warm and the water is lovely." The other sisters giggled and watched curiously. Blushing furiously, Niulang emerged from the reeds, head bowed. He respectfully kept his eyes lowered, cheeks burning red, and apologized for disturbing them. Jinu swam closer to the bank, intrigued by Niulang's shyness and politeness. She found his humble demeanor and honest, sun-tanned face quite endearing. At Jinu's urging, Niulang sat at the water's edge, while she wrapped herself in a light robe. They began to talk. At first, Niulang was almost too nervous to speak to a divine maiden, but Jinu's laughter soon put him at ease. Niulang told her about his life, how he tilled the fields, how he cared for his old ox, and how lonely he had been since his parents died. Jinu listened with compassion shining in her eyes. In turn, she described her life in heaven, the endless weaving of clouds, the grandeur of the celestial palace, and how she had longed to experience the simple joys of the mortal world. The more they talked, the more Niulang and Jinu felt a warmth growing between them, a mutual understanding and affection. By the time the sun began to dip toward the west, it was as if they had known each other for years. On the breeze came the voices of Jinu's sisters, calling that it was time to return home. The 6 elder sisters had already dressed in their shimmering sky robes and now rose into the air in a cascade of light, heading back to the heavens. Jinu lingered a moment longer beside Niulang, her heart conflicted. She knew she ought to go back with her sisters, yet the thought of leaving Niulang pained her. In that brief moment, Jinu made a bold decision. She would not return to heaven. She would remain on earth, with Niulang, at least for a while. Her sisters gasped at this choice, but ultimately left without her, ascending in streaks of colour and disappearing into the sky. Jinu was now essentially mortal, having chosen love over duty, and Niulang could hardly believe the miracle before him. Niulang, overjoyed, brought Jinu home to his humble cottage. Soon after, Niulang and Jinu were married, pledging their hearts to each other. They lived simply but happily. By day, they worked side by side in the fields. Niulang ploughed the soil and tended the crops, while Jinu learned to feed the chickens and cook rice over a small hearth. Despite coming from a palace in the sky, Jinu embraced the modest life of a farmer's wife with grace. The two often exchanged loving glances amid their chores, delighted just to be together. In the evenings, they would sit by their doorway, Niulang perhaps playing a simple tune on a reed flute, while fireflies danced in the dusk and the soft chorus of crickets rose from the grass. They would gaze at the wide starry sky, the very same sky Jinu had woven, and be content in each other's arms. On such nights, Jinu would sometimes hum a celestial melody. It seemed even the stars twinkled more brightly at the sound, and Niulang felt that though their home was a small cottage, it was filled with a warmth and light greater than that of any palace. In time, Niulang and Jinu had 2 children, a boy and a girl. The children grew up cherished and joyful, playing in the sunshine by day and drifting to sleep to their mother's gentle lullabies by night. Niulang often thought back to his youth of loneliness and hardship. Now his home rang with laughter and tiny footsteps, and Jinu's radiant presence made every simple meal and every routine day feel like a gift from the heavens. The old ox, who grazed in Niulang's pasture nearby, watched the happy family with serene approval, swishing its tail. It seemed even the ox was content, perhaps silently thanking the stars that it had played a part in bringing about this joy. However, the couple's bliss did not go unnoticed by the powers above. In the splendid jade palace of heaven, the Jade Emperor and his wife, who is often called the Queen Mother of the West, eventually discovered their daughter's absence. Jinu's empty loom had not woven a single cloud since she left. The skies had become plain and sometimes cloudy in disarray. The gods of heaven murmured that the weaver maiden had gone missing. When the Jade Emperor learned that Jinu had abandoned her heavenly duties and, worse, married a mortal man, he was dismayed. The Queen Mother was furious. A princess of heaven living among humans without permission was an intolerable breach of divine law. The Jade Emperor, though compassionate, agreed that Jinu could not remain on earth forever. Her proper place was in the sky, weaving beautiful clouds as before. Thus, the celestial rulers decreed that Jinu must be brought back to heaven at once. One golden afternoon, Niulang and Jinu were outside watching their children play. Suddenly, the clear sky darkened, as if a storm were brewing out of nowhere. A swirling cloud, black and ominous, descended upon their farm. From within the cloud stepped none other than the majestic Queen Mother of the West herself, accompanied by a host of heavenly soldiers. She wore resplendent robes of imperial gold, a jade crown glinting on her head, and her eyes blazed with anger. Lightning crackled around her form, and the very wind seemed to hold its breath in fear. The children ran to Niulang and Jinu, clinging to them as the Queen Mother floated just above the ground, pointing an accusing finger at Jinu. "Daughter!" The Queen Mother's voice boomed like thunder. "You have forsaken the heavenly palace, neglected your sacred duty, and defied the law of heaven. How dare you hide here in the mortal realm? You will return with me now." Jinu trembled, tightening her arms around Niulang and their little ones. With tears in her eyes, she pleaded, "Mother, please, I have found love and happiness here. Do not take me away from my husband and children." But her mother's face remained as hard as carved stone. The love between a goddess and a mortal meant nothing to the Queen Mother. To her, this union was an affront to the natural order. At a command from the Queen Mother, 2 stern celestial guards seized Jinu by the arms. Niulang cried out and tried to hold on to his wife, but a gust of divine wind from the Queen Mother's sleeve hurled him backward. The children wailed in confusion and fear. Jinu reached out toward Niulang, even as the guards lifted her from the ground. "Niulang," she sobbed, her eyes never leaving his. Niulang grasped her hand desperately, refusing to let go. For a brief moment, all 4, Niulang, Jinu, and their 2 children, held on to each other as the winds of heaven whipped around them. The Queen Mother narrowed her eyes, and with a sharp motion, she drew a long hairpin from her hair. With it, she tapped Niulang's hand that clutched Jinu's. A jolt of heavenly energy forced Niu Lang to lose his grip. "Enough!" the Queen Mother thundered. A great gale erupted, pushing Niu Lang and the children safely back, but blowing Jinu and the guards upward. A thick cloud spun around Jinu, obscuring her from view. Niu Lang's last sight of his wife was her tear-streaked face disappearing into the dark mist as it spiraled back toward heaven. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying cloud rose high into the sky and departed, carrying Jinu away. The sunlight returned to the yard, but Niu Lang's world had been plunged into darkness. Jinu was gone. All that remained on the ground was one of her shimmering silk sashes and the faint scent of heaven. Niu Lang stood stunned, his heart tearing in two. His little son and daughter sobbed, tugging at his tunic and asking where their mother went. As the enormity of the loss hit him, Niu Lang sank to his knees, sobbing freely. But despair lasted only a moment before it ignited into determination. He would not simply accept this fate. He would go after his wife. But how? No mortal could ascend to heaven. Through his tears, Niu Lang suddenly heard a familiar gentle voice. The old ox had approached and was speaking softly. "Niu Lang," said the ox, "I cannot bear to see you suffer. I have served you faithfully all these years. Now, I will help you one last time. Kill me and take my hide. Fashion it into a cloak, and it will carry you into the sky." Niu Lang was aghast at this instruction. He loved the ox, his only friend through many lonely times. "I can't do that," he whispered, eyes filling anew. But the ox insisted, nodding its large head. It was old, and near the end of its natural life anyway. If its death could reunite Niu Lang with Jinu, then it would be a worthy sacrifice. With a heavy heart, Niu Lang did as the ox asked. The faithful ox let out one last gentle moo and passed away, giving its life willingly. Niu Lang, choking back grief, gently removed the ox's sturdy hide. He then placed his weeping children into 2 large baskets and slung them on a carrying pole across his shoulders. He wrapped the ox's hide cloak around himself. Immediately, the cloak came alive with magic. Niu Lang felt his feet lift off the ground. He rose into the air, carrying his children, the basket pole balanced across his back. Higher and higher he floated, as if borne by an invisible wind. The farm grew small beneath him. Niu Lang kept his tearful eyes fixed on the sky above, praying for a glimpse of Jinu. Far ahead, beyond a cloud, Niu Lang could make out a glittering entourage. The Queen Mother's retinue, with Jinu in their midst, ascending toward the heavenly gate. Summoning all his will, Niu Lang urged the magic cloak onward. He and the children zoomed through the clouds, trailing a tailwind. Jinu, being a goddess, could sense something. She twisted around in the arms of the guards and saw, to her astonishment, Niu Lang flying after her. He was coming for her, carrying their children, no less. Jinu's sorrow turned to joy and fear all at once. She longed to be reunited, but her mother was very near. Niu Lang, propelled by love and the ox's power, was catching up rapidly. In fact, he was on the verge of reaching Jinu's side. The Jade Emperor, observing from afar, was moved by Niu Lang's devotion. It looked as though the mortal might actually succeed in reaching heaven. The Queen Mother, however, would not allow it. Furious and alarmed, she decided to erect a final, unbreachable barrier. With an imperious glare, she took her glittering hairpin, the same pin she had used moments ago, and with all her divine might, she slashed it across the sky behind her. Instantly, the action tore open a vast chasm in the heavens. From that gouge burst forth an enormous river of stars, surging and twining in the sky. A bright, shimmering band of light materialized between Jinu and Niulang, and it stretched infinitely in both directions. It was the Milky Way, the great silver river of heaven, created in that cruel moment by the Queen Mother's hand. The river of stars churned, deep and unfordable, a luminous divide neither mortal nor deity could easily cross. Niulang, arriving at its near shore, stopped in dismay. In front of him roared this glittering, starry torrent, too wide and dangerous to traverse. On the far side, Jinu and her mother and the guards touched down in heaven. Jinu struggled against the guards, arms outstretched toward Niulang across the celestial river. Niulang stood upon a cloud with his children, looking across the expanse at his beloved wife. It was heartbreak. Only a few yards of empty space separated their outstretched hands. Yet they might as well have been an ocean apart. The Queen Mother allowed herself a satisfied, pitiless smile. Niulang called Jinu's name with all his soul, but his voice was drowned by the cosmic river's roar. Jinu cried and cried, the distance already blurring her view of Niulang's face. On the riverbank of stars, Niulang fell to his knees, his children clutching his neck and weeping in confusion. He had come so far, only to be barred at the very gate of heaven. But the story does not end in despair, for love finds a way. Seeing the lover's anguish, all the magpies in the world took notice. Magpies are birds known for their intelligence and are sometimes messengers between realms. In an astonishing response, flocks of magpies launched themselves into the sky from forests, villages, and fields all across China. Black and white wings by the thousands glinted in the sunlight as the birds streamed toward the Milky Way. In no time, the sky around Niulang filled with magpies. More and more arrived, chirping and calling in sympathy. Soon there were so many that their fluttering wings sounded like a great wind. The magpies converged over the shining river. Then, each bird began to interlock its wings and claws with the next. Forming a living chain, the birds created a bridge of magpies across the Milky Way. An extraordinary, pulsating bridge made of countless warm, feathery bodies. Under the watchful gaze of the cosmos, Niulang realized what was happening. He saw a span of birds stretching from his side of the river of stars to the other. Niulang's heart leapt in gratitude. Wasting no time, he gathered his children, and together they stepped onto the bridge of magpies. The birds pressed close, making a secure path. On the far side of the celestial river, the guards momentarily loosened their hold on Jinu, distracted by the unbelievable sight of this avian bridge forming. Jinu broke free and rushed onto the magpie bridge from her side. Finally, the lovers met in the middle. They threw their arms around each other, reunited at last above the sparkling river of stars, while the magpies beneath them fluttered and chattered in delight. The two children laughed and clung to their mother, overjoyed to see her again. It is said that for a moment, the vast heavens themselves fell silent in reverence. Even the stars paused in their courses to celebrate the reunion. The Queen Mother and all of heaven watched this display of devotion in awe. Even the Jade Emperor was moved to tears by Niulang and Jinu's love, and by the selflessness of the magpies. The Queen Mother's hard resolve melted a little at this vision of unity. She realized she could not permanently separate such a true bond. At her husband's gentle urging, she agreed to a compromise. Jinu would be allowed to stay in heaven, and Niulang would also become a star in the sky. But they would remain separated by the Milky Way, except for one day each year. On that day, the magpies would be permitted to form their bridge, so the lovers could meet. The Jade Emperor decreed that this meeting would take place on the 7th night of the 7th lunar month, a date now etched in the Chinese calendar. And so it was. Niulang, the humble cowherd, became the star Altair, and Jinu, the weaver maiden, became the star Vega. They shine on opposite sides of the Milky Way, known in Chinese as the Silver River. All year long they are apart, but every late summer, on the 7th lunar month's 7th day, something magical happens. The world below enjoys the warm Kishi festival, and up in the sky the magpies all fly upward to form their celestial bridge once more. On that night, Niulang and Jinu step across the bridge of birds and reunite in love. To this day, the Chinese celebrate Kishi, the Night of Sevens, as a time of romance and wish-making. Young women may pray to the weaving maiden star for wisdom and skill in handiwork, and couples pledge devotion under the light of the summer moon. In some parts of China, young girls traditionally gather on Qixi to perform delicate tasks like threading a needle under the faint starlight or showcasing their best embroidery, hoping to impress Jinu and earn her blessing for dexterity and perhaps a good husband. It is said that if it rains on the evening of Qixi, those are the tears of Niulang and Jinu, tears of joy as they reunite, or sorrow as they must part again at dawn. Many a lover, sitting beneath the night sky on Qixi, has looked up at bright Vega and Altair, separated by the misty star river, and felt both the sweetness and the ache of this cosmic love story. Thanks to Niulang and Jinu, Chinese stargazers never see the Milky Way as just a band of light. To them, it is the silver river of the sky, a poignant reminder that love bridges any distance, even one measured in light years. Another beloved Chinese legend of the sky tells of a maiden who lives alone on the moon. Her name is Chang'e, the Lady of the Moon, and her tale, like that of Niulang and Jinu, is one of love and loss. Long ago, in an age of myth, the earth faced a terrible plight. 10 suns had risen together in the sky. Normally, there was only one sun that made its daily journey, but at this time, 10 fiery siblings blazed at once, their heat scorching the world. Crops withered, rivers dried, and people and animals suffered under the relentless glare of 10 suns. A famed archer and hero named Hao Yi stepped forth to save the world. Hao Yi was strong and true, and an unmatched marksman with his great red bow and white arrows. Seeing the earth parched and on the brink of burning up, Hao Yi climbed to the top of Kunlun Mountain, the highest peak, to gain a clear shot at the sky. He drew his bow, and one by one, shot down 9 of the 10 suns. Each arrow released was an arrow of mercy for the earth. 9 suns were extinguished or knocked out of the sky, leaving only the one sun we know today to warm us. The world was saved from destruction. Hao Yi's heroic feat made him renowned far and wide, and, interestingly, the sun's black spots seen today are sometimes said to be scars from Hao Yi's arrows. As a reward for his great deed, the Queen Mother of the West, a powerful immortal matron, presented Hao Yi with a precious elixir. This potion was said to bestow immortality. Whoever drank it would ascend to heaven and live forever as a god. However, the elixir was only a single dose, enough for one person. Hao Yi, despite being a hero, was also a mortal man in love. He was married to Chang'e, a woman of renowned grace and beauty. Hao Yi adored Chang'e, and she adored him. They were truly devoted to each other. Hao Yi could not imagine living forever without Chang'e by his side. So instead of consuming the elixir immediately, Hao Yi brought it home and entrusted it to Chang'e for safekeeping. He hoped that perhaps they could find a way to share it together someday, or at least delay its use until the time was right. Chang'e carefully hid the delicate potion in their cottage. But Hou Yi's fame had spread across the land, and not everyone who heard of him was good-hearted. One of Hou Yi's own apprentices, a greedy and cunning man, learned of the elixir of immortality and decided to steal it. Some days later, when Hou Yi was away on a hunt with his men, this wicked apprentice snuck into the house, wielding a sword. He confronted Chang'e and demanded she hand over the elixir. Chang'e's heart pounded with fear, but she refused to give up what her husband had earned. She knew the potion must not fall into evil hands. As the villain advanced toward her, Chang'e realized she had only one way to protect the elixir. She had to consume it herself. Without hesitating further, Chang'e snatched up the hidden vial and drank the entire potion. The effect was almost instantaneous. Chang'e became weightless. Her feet lifted off the floor. She began to rise upward, becoming an ethereal figure. By the time Hou Yi returned home, victorious from the hunt, but alarmed by a sense that something was wrong, he saw his beloved wife drifting toward the sky, already far beyond his reach. Hou Yi ran, arms outstretched, but he could not catch her. "Chang'e! Chang'e!" he cried desperately. She looked down at him with sorrow, but also with love. Chang'e could feel herself being drawn up, 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 the potion's magic carrying her into the heavens. She floated higher and higher, past treetops, past clouds. Hou Yi could only watch, his eyes brimming with tears. Chang'e continued to ascend until she reached the moon, which hung bright and round in the night sky. The moon was the nearest celestial body to Earth's realm, so perhaps it became Chang'e's new home because of the strength of her love, still tying her somewhat close to Hou Yi. Once Chang'e landed on the cold, luminous moon, the spell was complete. She could rise no further. Looking around, she found herself utterly alone in a silent, silver world. Meanwhile, Hou Yi, still on Earth, was devastated. He returned to their home and discovered the vile apprentice cowering there, for the thief had witnessed Chang'e's ascent in astonishment, then fled. In his fury and grief, Hou Yi banished the apprentice and nearly shot him with an arrow, but spared his life. All Hou Yi cared about was Chang'e. His wife was now gone to the sky, lost to immortality. That night, under the full moon's gentle light, Hou Yi set up a makeshift altar in his garden. He laid out Chang'e's favorite foods, sweet rice cakes and fresh fruits, as offerings. He burned incense that wafted delicate smoke toward the heavens. Hou Yi knelt and prayed to the moon, gazing at the bright orb and hoping Chang'e could somehow sense him. And indeed, on the moon, Chang'e did see something, the faint tendrils of incense smoke rising, and the warm glow of lamps lit in their home. Realizing that Hou Yi was honoring her and sending his love, Chang'e was deeply moved. She longed to return to him, but it was impossible. From the moon, Chang'e wept, her tears sparkling like new stars. According to legend, Chang'e did find one companion on the moon, a jade rabbit. Not long after her arrival, this mystical rabbit appeared, a snow-white hare who could speak and was skilled in making potions. The jade rabbit became Chang'e's pet and friend. In many depictions, Chang'e is shown in her lunar palace with the rabbit by her side, pounding herbs with a mortar and pestle to possibly find a cure to return to Earth, or simply to keep busy through the endless solitude. The image of a rabbit on the moon is so enduring that even today, people say they can see the outline of a rabbit shape on the moon's face. especially during the mid-autumn full moon. Hao Yi never forgot Chang'e. In some versions of the tale, he lived out his days as a king or great leader on earth, always missing his wife. In others, he eventually met an end. Some say he was slain by a disciple out of envy, others that he just aged as mortals do since he never drank the elixir. But what remained constant was the devotion between Hao Yi and Chang'e. Though separated by fate, they became a symbol of eternal love in Chinese culture. Each year, on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, when the moon is fullest and brightest, families celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, also known as the Moon Festival, in honor of Chang'e. They gather outdoors under the moonlight with round mooncakes, pastries filled with sweet bean or lotus paste, symbolizing reunion. Families offer mooncakes and fruits and raise prayers to the moon goddess for peace and good fortune. Children parade with bright paper lanterns shaped like rabbits or stars, and couples sit together admiring the luminous full moon. They tell the story of Chang'e and Hou Yi, remembering how Chang'e now lives in the moon palace above, and how Hao Yi, unable to join her, showed his enduring love with offerings. Some people swear that, on a clear mid-autumn night, they can make out a faint silhouette on the moon's surface, the shape of a rabbit grinding herbs, or a beautiful woman who appears to be dancing. In these moments, they feel the presence of Chang'e. The legend of Chang'e adds another gentle light to the Chinese night sky. It is a bittersweet tale. Unlike Niulang and Jinu, who reunite briefly each year, Chang'e and Hou Yi remain apart. Yet, it is said that on certain nights, when the moon is especially bright, the spirit of Hou Yi can ascend in a dream to visit Chang'e, or that they communicate through the glow of the moon that bathes the earth, Hou Yi feeling Chang'e's love in every moonbeam. The Chinese see in the moon not just a celestial body, but the lonely, lovely figure of Chang'e, shining down as a reminder of sacrifice and love. For she gave up her home on earth to save her husband's life, and he honored her for all time. These ancient Chinese sky legends of Nuwa, of Niulang and Jinu, and of Chang'e cast a warm, human light onto the vast canvas of the heavens. They taught people that the sky was not just a cold expanse, but a place of drama and feeling, where divine beings toiled, loved, and even mourned for lost loves. When Chinese families gaze at the night sky, they see more than astronomical objects. They see reminders of creation, devotion, and hope twinkling above. Now, as the tender tale of Niulang and Jinu and the bittersweet story of Chang'e fades like the colors of dusk, our journey carries us across the sea to the land of Japan. There, a new chapter of cosmic myth awaits, one of a radiant sun goddess whose light once plunged into darkness. It is dawn in the land of the rising sun, and the sky over ancient Japan is about to play host to a tale of pride, mischief, and redemption. In the myths of Japan, the origin of the sun, the moon, and the storms is an intimate family drama among the gods of heaven. Before these tales unfold, one must know of the primordial creators Izanagi and Izanami, the divine couple who gave shape to the islands of Japan. At the dawn of time, after Izanami, the female principal, died giving birth to a fire god and descended to the underworld, her husband, Izanagi, the male principal, returned to the land of the living, heartbroken and defiled by his journey to the dark land of the dead. Izanagi decided to purify himself by washing in a sacred river. As he washed his face, the touches of divinity sprang forth from Izanagi's left eye as he rinsed it, a brilliant goddess was born, Amaterasu, the sun goddess. From his right eye, another deity emerged, Tsukuyomi, the moon god, pale and serene. And from washing his nose, Izanagi gave life to Susanoo, the storm god, wild and boisterous. Izanagi was overjoyed by these three precious children. He lovingly handed Amaterasu the rulership of Takamagahara, the high heavenly plane, making her the chief deity of the celestial realm. So radiant was Amaterasu that Izanagi placed the sun in her charge to illuminate the world. He gave to Tsukuyomi, the moon, the domain of night, to shine gently when Amaterasu rested. And to Susanoo, he gave the seas and storms, the unruly forces of nature. Amaterasu governed the heavens with compassion and order. Each day, she travelled across the sky, riding in a luminous chariot drawn by golden ponies. Or, as some versions say, simply by manifesting her brilliant presence from east to west. Her sunlight nurtured the rice fields and warmed the forests of the earth below. She was beloved by all living things for her gentle warmth and revered by the gods for her leadership. Tsukuyomi, the moon god, and in some accounts, Amaterasu's husband as well as brother, took his throne in the night sky. At first, sun and moon shared the sky in turns, creating a balance of day and night. This balance, however, was destined to fracture due to an act of violence and pride. Amaterasu valued harmony and decency, and she expected the same of those around her. One day, the sun goddess sent Tsukuyomi as her representative to attend a grand feast held by Ukamochi, the goddess of food. Ukamochi was a benevolent deity who delighted in providing nourishment in magical ways. To welcome Tsukuyomi, Ukamochi prepared a spectacular banquet, but her methods were peculiar to say the least. Facing the ocean, the food goddess spat out a great fish, fully formed and fresh. Turning to the forest, she coughed up wild game, a deer ready for roasting, and other delicacies. Turning to the rice paddies, she breathed out a bowl of steaming rice. From her mouth came the feast, created by her divine body. She set these marvels before Tsukuyomi, offering him the fruits of sea, field, and forest. The spread was sumptuous and smelled heavenly, but Tsukuyomi was repulsed. To him, this manner of food preparation was an insult. How dare this goddess present him food that had touched her nose and mouth, and in some versions, even more unmentionable origins. Tsukuyomi's sense of purity and pride was deeply offended. In a fit of anger and disgust, Tsukuyomi drew his sword and slew Ukamochi on the spot, killing the gentle food goddess on her own dinner table. Tsukuyomi felt justified. He thought he had destroyed filth. News of this horrifying incident soon reached Amaterasu. When she learned that her brother and consort, Tsukuyomi, had murdered Ukamochi, who had only been gracious, Amaterasu was beyond horrified. She was furious at Tsukuyomi's breach of etiquette and grieved by the death of the food goddess, who had done nothing wrong. According to legend, even in death, the food goddess did not cease to give. From Ukamochi's lifeless body, an array of nourishment sprang forth, cattle and horses from her head, rice grains from her belly, silkworms from her eyebrows, and beans from within her. Thus, even as she died, she ensured the world would not go hungry. Seeds and animals to sustain humanity came from her sacrifice. But Amaterasu was not comforted by this miracle. To her, Tsukuyomi's violent act remained unforgivable. The sun goddess declared that Tsukuyomi's deed was evil, and that she would never face him again. In her wrath and sorrow, Amaterasu cast Tsukuyomi out of heaven's company. From that moment, day and night were severed, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, once sharing the sky in harmony, would from then on live apart, taking turns in the sky, but never appearing together. Amaterasu would shine in the day, and as she departed, Tsukuyomi could glow at night. The two would not even glance at each other across the twilight. Thus were the sun and moon estranged, and this is why, the Japanese say, night falls only after the sun has left the sky, and why the moon rises only once the sun's bright presence is gone. It is also why the sun and moon are rarely seen in the sky at the same time. It is a lasting celestial divorce, a reminder of Tsukuyomi's crime and Amaterasu's unyielding justice. Yet Amaterasu's trials were not over. The troubles with Tsukuyomi were followed by turmoil with her other sibling, Susanoo, the storm god. If Tsukuyomi embodied cool order, flawed though he was, Susanoo was chaos incarnate, a wild, howling deity with a fierce temper. Susanoo could be both brave and unruly, compassionate and destructive. He was known to roar like thunder and weep great storms of tears when enraged or upset. He neglected the seas that were his domain, instead causing havoc with sudden squalls or loud bellowing cries for his departed mother, Izanami. Eventually, Susanoo's misconduct became so extreme that Izanagi, their father, banished Susanoo from heaven as well. Before leaving the heavenly realm, Susanoo decided he would pay a final visit to his sister, Amaterasu, perhaps to say farewell, or perhaps out of mischief. Accounts vary. Susanoo's intentions were suspect. Even Amaterasu herself was wary when she heard Susanoo was coming. Fearing her impetuous brother might cause trouble, Amaterasu prepared for his arrival with caution. To prove he meant no harm, Susanoo suggested a challenge of honor, a contest to produce divine offspring. Each of them would take a personal item from the other, and through divine power, create gods from it. Amaterasu took Susanoo's mighty sword, broke it into 3 pieces, and chewed them thoroughly. From her breath emerged 3 goddesses. Susanoo, in turn, took Amaterasu's elegant string of Magatama jewels and crunched them in his mouth. From Susanoo's spittle sprang 5 male gods. Amaterasu and Susanoo interpreted the results differently. Amaterasu claimed victory, in some tellings because the deities born of her item were female, and females were considered by her as her progeny. In others, simply because more gods had been born from her possession. Susanoo, however, was delighted with himself. Whether he believed he'd won, or was just excited by the outcome, Susanoo's pride and rowdy nature took over. He let out a great whoop and began to rampage across the high plain of heaven in celebration. First, Susanoo went too far by messing with Amaterasu's domain of order and plenty. He tore through the rice fields of heaven that Amaterasu had grown to ensure food for the gods and goodness for the people of earth. Susanoo uprooted rows of rice plants, stomped the wet paddies into a mess of mud, and kicked down the divisions that kept the water flowing in neat channels. The golden rice plants lay trampled in the muck. Heavenly farmers and field spirits watched in dismay as months of careful cultivation was ruined in moments by Susanoo's wild tantrum. Not content with that havoc, Susanoo then barged into Amaterasu's sacred weaving hall, a quiet, sunlit workshop where Amaterasu's celestial maidens wove the garments of the gods. In he stormed, howling like a gale, startling the weavers. He overturned looms and shuttles, snapping fine silk threads and tangling beautifully woven cloth. Tools clattered across the floor. The maidens cried out for him to stop, but Susanoo was in a frenzy. He found one of Amaterasu's prized celestial horses, a dappled white horse that wandered freely in the high meadows of heaven. In an act both cruel and sacrilegious, Susanoo grabbed the horse, and with a mad laugh, he flayed the animal, skinning it completely. Then, dripping with blood, Susanoo hurled the skinned carcass of the horse through the roof of the weaving hall. Down it crashed among the horrified weaving women, splintering the wooden looms. One of Amaterasu's most cherished attendants was struck by a falling loom beam and died on the spot. The bright white horse's body lay grotesquely across the looms, turning everything scarlet with blood. This horrifying act was the final straw. Amaterasu was overwhelmed. Shock, grief, and outrage coursed through her. Her once cheerful brother had turned into a monster of chaos and cruelty. Amaterasu's heart broke at the sight of her slain attendant and the desecration of her sacred space. In that moment, Amaterasu, the sun goddess whose light blessed all the world, felt something she had never felt before: a desire to hide, to disappear, and take her light with her. In her anguish, Amaterasu decided to withdraw from the heavens entirely. She fled from Susanoo's rampage, tears streaming from her eyes, each tear a tiny new star, some say, and entered a cave called Amano Iwato, the heavenly rock cave. With a mighty effort, Amaterasu pulled the huge stone door of the cave shut behind her, sealing it tight. Inside that cave, the sun goddess collapsed in darkness, angry and hurt beyond measure. When the stone door thudded closed, it was as if a switch had been flipped in the universe. All light vanished from the sky. The sun was gone. Outside Amano Iwato, the world was instantly plunged into a blackness deeper than any night. The earth grew cold and barren. In the absence of Amaterasu's rays, a chill settled, and even morning dew turned to frost on withering leaves. Crops failed to grow in the fields. The previously green landscape turned grey and lifeless. On the earth below, humans stumbled in pitch-dark noonday and feared that the end of the world had come. They did not know why the sun had disappeared. They only felt the icy dread of its loss. Up in Takamagahara, the home of the gods, eternal night blanketed everything. What had been the bright and vibrant high plain of heaven became a shadowed realm where no birds sang the dawn, no beams of sunlight pierced the clouds. The gods were terrified. Day after day, or what would have been day had there been sunlight, the world was dark. None of the gods' efforts to shine artificial lights or to coax Amaterasu out bore any fruit. Without Amaterasu, life, order, and joy seemed to drain out of existence. Plants withered, animals grew listless. The 8 million kami, gods, gathered in the dry bed of the heavenly river near the mouth of the cave to discuss a plan. For if something wasn't done, heaven and earth both would wither away in gloom. They needed to entice Amaterasu out of the cave. But how does one lure out a grieving sun? The wise Omoikane, the deity of intelligence and thoughtful planning, devised a clever scheme. The gods, following Omoikane's counsel, prepared a sort of elaborate celebration just outside the cave's sealed entrance. They took a large sakaki tree, an auspicious evergreen, and set it up before the cave. Upon its branches they hung bright magatama jewels and strips of fine white cloth that fluttered in the wind, ornaments to catch the eye. At the center of the tree they hung a magical bronze mirror, brilliantly polished, facing the cave door. This mirror, called Yata no Kagami, was made for the occasion by the god of smithing. It would later become one of the sacred treasures of Japan. The stage was set. The assembled gods then brought out roosters and placed them near the cave's mouth, hoping their crowing would signal dawn and perhaps fool Amaterasu into thinking day had arrived, and thus draw her out to do her duty. The roosters, confused by the endless night, had been crowing randomly. Now the gods prodded them to crow as loudly as possible. Finally, all preparations were ready. They had light, the mirror gleaming and bonfires lit. They had sound, roosters and drums at hand, and they had a plan for the main attraction. It was then that the goddess of merriment, Ame no Uzume, stepped forward. Uzume was a small deity with a big spirit, known for her humor, joy, and dance. If anyone could make the sun laugh again, it was Uzume. She turned over an empty wooden tub to use as a makeshift stage right outside the cave's entrance. Standing atop this tub, Uzume began to dance. At first, her movements were slow, deliberate, and somewhat ritualistic. A graceful kami performing a sacred dance. The other gods beat a rhythm on drums and barrels, their thumping echoing off the rocks. Then Uzume's dance picked up pace. She stamped her feet on the hollow tub, boom, boom, faster and faster. She twirled and flung her sleeves. The ornamented bells in her hands jingled brightly. The gods couldn't help but watch intently. As the dance grew more animated, Uzume's antics turned comical and even a bit risque. She let one shoulder of her kimono slip off, then the other, rolling her eyes in an exaggerated flirtation. The prim and ancient gods gaped. Some covered their mouths in astonishment, others started to chuckle. Encouraged, Uzume began improvising wildly. She imitated the dignified gods in a mock-serious manner that made them laugh at themselves. She twirled until she was dizzy, pretending to stumble in a silly way, which drew belly laughs from the crowd. She even loosened her garment further. Legend says Uzume eventually flung off her robes, baring herself completely, and drummed on her stomach, making utterly ridiculous faces. The assembled gods found this hilarious. Laughter, loud and unrestrained, erupted from the gathering for the first time since Amaterasu hid. They laughed so hard that tears came to their eyes. The roosters began crowing excitedly, and the drums beat in time with the stamping of Uzume's feet. The dark cave entrance reverberated with sounds of celebration. Inside the cave, Amaterasu's keen ears picked up an unfamiliar sound, the hearty guffaws of the gods, echoing in the darkness outside. She also heard the crowing of roosters, signaling what normally would be dawn. The gods seemed to be having a grand party out there. Amaterasu was puzzled. What could possibly be so funny or joyous in this miserable darkness she had created? Curiosity sparked within her heavy heart. She crept nearer to the stone door from the inside, listening intently. Outside, the commotion only grew. She heard Uzume's high-pitched whoops of delight and the gods roaring with mirth. Finally, Amaterasu could stand it no longer. She had to know what was happening. In a commanding voice, still from behind the stone, Amaterasu called out, demanding to know why the gods were laughing. Ame no Uzume, barely pausing her wild dance, shouted back that they were celebrating because they had found a new goddess, one even more radiant than Amaterasu. For a moment, Amaterasu was taken aback. A goddess more radiant than she? It seemed impossible, yet the sounds of revelry were undeniable. A flicker of pride and competitive curiosity ignited in Amaterasu's mind. She, who had always been the most brilliant being, could not ignore such a claim. She decided to peek outside to see for herself who this glorious new deity might be. Slowly, Amaterasu slid the boulder blocking the cave door a tiny bit to one side. At that precise moment, the gods executed the next part of their plan. They thrust Yata no Kagami, the great mirror, directly into the crack of the opening, facing Amaterasu. Inside the cave, Amaterasu's eyes were blinded by a sudden gleam. Before her, she saw a goddess of peerless beauty and light gazing back at her. This being was magnificent. She appeared to have a halo of pure brilliance. Amaterasu blinked. The woman in the mirror blinked too. For a heartbeat, Amaterasu did not recognize her own reflection. So long had she been in darkness, and so dishevelled was her appearance. She thought it indeed might be a rival goddess come to supplant her. Overcome by astonishment, Amaterasu inched further out of the cave, wanting a better look at this newcomer, whose radiance lit up the mirror. In that crucial instant, Ameno-Tajikarau, the strong-hand god who had been hiding close by, made his move. He lunged forward and grabbed Amaterasu's hand, yanking the sun goddess fully out of the cave with a single mighty tug. Behind Amaterasu, a group of gods seized the great stone door of the cave and slammed it shut, sealing the entrance with a thick Shimenawa straw rope faster than Amaterasu could blink. To this day, Shinto shrines hang Shimenawa ropes at their entrances, a reminder of that mythic cave and a sign that the area within is sacred and must remain pure, undisturbed by evil or despair. Amaterasu stood outside the cave, dazzled and surrounded by all the assembled gods. Immediately, her brilliance flooded the world once more. Light, warm and golden, spread out in waves from her person. The darkness dissipated. The sun had returned to the heavens. A great cheer rose from the gods, delighted cries and relieved weeping all at once. Far below on earth, people looked up in wonder as the black sky brightened and the sun peeked over the horizon, bringing dawn. Birds began to chirp and take flight. Beasts crept out of their dens, blinking at the sudden daylight. Dew glistened on the grass, and colour returned to the landscape. Farmers who had given up hope danced in their fields. The world blossomed anew under Amaterasu's return. Buds that had waited in darkness unfurled into flowers, and trees once again cast gentle shadows on the ground. All living creatures rejoiced in the warmth and life that flooded back into their world. Amaterasu, for a moment, was bewildered by the scene around her. The laughing gods, Uzume glowing, and hastily wrapping a robe around herself, the mirror still shining in front of her. Then she began to understand. It had been a ruse, a grand performance born of desperation and love to lure her out. She realized that all the gods had missed her terribly and had gone to extreme lengths, making fools of themselves even, to bring back her light. Her anger ebbed away, replaced by gratitude and affection for her brethren. Amaterasu couldn't help it. A smile spread across her face, radiant and warm. The assembled gods fell to their knees in joy at that sight, for Amaterasu's smile was brighter than 1,000 rays of sunlight, and in it they knew she forgave them for laughing, and forgave Susanoo for his trespasses, or would, eventually. Light had been restored, not only to the world, but to Amaterasu's own heart. Balance returned to heaven and earth. Amaterasu resumed her place, once again presiding over the high plane of heaven, and journeying across the sky each day to illuminate the world. The gods took steps to ensure such a crisis would not occur again. As for Susanoo, his fate had been decided the moment Amaterasu fled. The other gods, enraged at Susanoo's behaviour, had already subdued him during the darkness. Immediately after Amaterasu emerged, they dragged Susanoo before the heavenly assembly for judgment. They tore the ceremonial garments from his body and even cut off his hair and beard, symbols of his divine rank, to mark his disgrace. Then, pronouncing a banishment, the gods literally flung Susanoo out of heaven's gates. He tumbled down through the clouds like a falling star, cast out of Takamagahara forever. Susanoo yelled in fury as he fell, but the deed was done. In later tales, Susanoo found redemption in his exile on Earth. He descended to the province of Izumo, where he encountered a weeping family about to sacrifice their daughter to an 8-headed serpent named Yamata no Orochi. Susanoo slew this terrible dragon, cleaving it into pieces. From the serpent's tail, Susanoo discovered a magnificent sword. Recognizing its divine worth, Susanoo sent this sword up to heaven as a reconciliatory gift for Amaterasu. She accepted it, and thus the sword, named Kusanagi, joined the mirror and the jewel from this story as part of the 3 imperial treasures of Japan. Through this heroic act and his offering, some harmony was eventually restored between the storm god and the sun goddess, and Susanoo's honor was partially redeemed. With order restored, Amaterasu shone once more as the luminous sovereign of the heavens. She was wiser now. She had seen how dearly she was valued by the other gods, and how important her light was to the cosmos. She carefully placed the Yata no Kagami mirror, the Yasakani no Magatama jewel, the curved jewel ornaments, and later the Kusanagi sword from Susanoo's adventure, into the care of her descendants as sacred items. These treasures became symbols of her power and the legitimacy of the imperial family of Japan in the ages to come. In fact, Amaterasu eventually chose her grandson, Ninigi no Mikoto, to send down from heaven to rule the earth. She gave Ninigi the mirror, jewel, and sword, and told him to bring order and prosperity to the land of reeds, Earth. Ninigi obeyed, and from him descended Jimmu, the first emperor of Japan. Thus, the Japanese imperial house traces its lineage directly to Amaterasu Omikami, the great sun goddess. To this day, the Japanese revere Amaterasu at the grand shrine of Ise, where it is believed that the Yata no Kagami mirror, the very mirror that lured Amaterasu from the cave, is enshrined. Only the highest priestess or priest, traditionally from the imperial family, may enter the inner chamber, where the mirror is kept hidden, for it is a holy relic of the sun goddess herself. The tale of Amaterasu's disappearance and return remains one of the most famous in Japanese mythology. It's a story parents tell their children to illustrate the power of cooperation, the value of each individual's role, and the idea that even the brightest person can feel sadness, but also that hope and joy can be rekindled through the support of others and a bit of humor. In Japan, you will sometimes see at Shinto shrines a ritual dance called Uzume Kagura, performed by Miko, shrine maidens, with fans and bells. This is a direct commemoration of Ame no Uzume's joyful dance that saved the world. The very word Kagura is said to mean God entertainment, originating from the event of entertaining Amaterasu out of the cave. And every morning, as the first light of dawn breaks over the horizon, over the mountains and the sea of Japan, the roosters crow loudly. People remember how roosters were used in that great plan to draw out the sun. Dawn's quiet reenactment of the first sunrise reminds everyone how precious Amaterasu's light truly is, and how once, long ago, the world almost lost it. As our journey through the celestial myths of China and Japan comes to a close, we find a common thread woven through these tales. The sky above is not merely an empty expanse. It is alive with personalities and stories. In China, we saw a compassionate goddess patch the sky with rainbow stones, and a devoted wife become the lonely moon. We saw lovers separated by a river of stars, yet bridged by hope and winged messengers. In Japan, we witnessed the sun herself hide away in grief, plunging the world into darkness. And we saw how laughter and unity coaxed her back to illuminate all with her warmth. These myths, though born in different lands, All portray the sky as a dramatic stage where emotions as powerful as love, jealousy, and courage play out among sun gods and star maidens. Each story served to comfort and educate the people beneath the sky. They imparted lessons that love can overcome great obstacles, as with Niulang and Jinu, that pride and anger can have dire consequences, as with Tsukuyomi and Susanoo, and that cooperation and joy can dispel even the deepest darkness, as with Amaterasu and Uzume. As farmers tilled their fields, they could look up at Vega and Altair and be reminded to cherish their loved ones. As families made offerings to Chang'e each autumn, they were reminded of sacrifice and reunion. And as dawn broke each day, the Japanese could feel gratitude for the return of Amaterasu's light and resolve to never take the sun for granted. Our journey under these ancient skies has revealed a rich tapestry of cosmic mythology. But it is far from over. Beyond the horizons of East Asia, other cultures around the world have gazed up at the same sun, moon, and stars, and woven their own magnificent stories. As we continue to part 3, we will travel to those distant lands and times. We will hear of other sky gods and goddesses, of sun heroes who chase the dawn, of moon maidens who dance through the night, of star-crossed lovers and fearsome celestial dragons. Every corner of the globe has its own cosmic tales, and each is filled with the wonder and wisdom of our ancestors, looking to the sky in awe. The great dome of the heavens remains, as ever, a stage for the human imagination. The sky's stories continue, ever rich, ever wondrous, inviting us onward, to keep looking up in hope and curiosity as our journey continues. As we journey onward, we find ourselves under the cold northern sky, where another ancient tale of creation and cosmic order unfolds. The winds whisper of a time before time, and the heavens above seem to hold secrets that only the oldest storytellers remember. In this far northern world, in the minds of the Norse people, the origin of all things begins not with light or land, but with a great yawning emptiness. Picture an endless, silent void stretching in all directions. The Norse called this nothingness Ginnungagap, the vast chasm that existed before the cosmos was born. On one side of this abyss, far to the south, burned the realm of elemental fire, a world of unbearable heat and light known as Muspelheim. On the opposite side, in the distant north, lay Niflheim, a realm of eternal ice, darkness, and mist. Between these two extremes lay only the cold, echoing expanse of Ginnungagap. All was still. Nothing yet lived or grew. But change was coming quietly, as warmth from Muspelheim began to seep into the frozen silence of Niflheim's edge. Where the frigid winds and frost of Niflheim drifted into the void, they met the gentle, warm airs of Muspelheim. The ice began to melt. Amid the hissing and steaming of this meeting, droplets of water formed and came alive. In the middle of Ginnungagap, sparks of fire touched glints of ice, and from the melting ice, a form slowly took shape. Out of the dripping, misty void emerged a being, enormous and ancient. It was the first living creature, the giant Ymir. Ymir opened his eyes in the gloom and took his first heavy breaths in the vast emptiness. He was a Jotun, a primordial giant born of fire and frost, and he found himself alone in that twilight world with only the distant glow of Muspelheim and the chill of Niflheim for company. For a long time, Ymir wandered the void, or perhaps simply slept, warmed by the distant fire's glow and cooled by the icy mist. As he slept, a strange and magical thing occurred. From under the giant's left arm, a new life began to grow. A male and a female, tiny in comparison to Ymir, formed out of the sweat that gathered in the warmth of his body. And from Ymir's vast legs, another offspring emerged, mysteriously born from his own limbs. In this uncanny way, without any father or mother, Ymir became the ancestor of an entire race of beings, the frost giants, also known as Jotnar. These giants would roam the edges of creation, wild and ancient, just as their forefather Ymir did in the emptiness. While Ymir lived off the ambient magic of that primordial time, he was not the only creature to spring from the thawing ice. From the same rime and frost that birthed Ymir, another being appeared. Not a giant this time, but an animal, and one vital for the nourishment of life. A great cow emerged from the ice, known as Audhumla. In that barren void, Audhumla was a source of sustenance and hope. 4 rivers of rich milk flowed endlessly from the cow's udders, providing warm nourishment for the giant Ymir. The mighty giant drank Audhumla's milk and was thus sustained in those first lonely days of creation. Audhumla herself needed food, but there was no grass nor hay in the void, only ice. So the cow turned to a block of salty frost and began to lick it for sustenance. Day after day, Audhumla licked the salty ice, and something wondrous began to take shape within that frozen block. On the first day, as Audhumla's warm tongue brushed the ice, strands of hair emerged from the frost. On the second day of licking, the outline of a head appeared, features beginning to form under the cow's diligent work. By the third day, the ice broke away entirely to reveal a man, whole and alive, freed from his icy encasement. This man was Buri, the first of the Aesir gods. He stood tall and strong, nourished into being by the cow's attentions. Buri was handsome and powerful, a new kind of life distinct from the brutish giants. He carried in him the promise of intelligence and order. In time, Buri had a son named Bor. Bor grew to manhood, and he met and married Bestla, who was herself a daughter of the giants. It was a union of 2 great lineages, the divine line of Buri and the ancient blood of Ymir's kin. From Bor and Bestla's marriage came 3 remarkable sons, the likes of which the cosmos had not yet seen. These were Odin, Vili, and Ve, the first gods born in the new world, possessing both the strength of the giants and the spark of the divine. The eldest, Odin, was wise even beyond his years, and destined to be the All-Father, chief of the gods. Vili and Ve, his brothers, were courageous and bold. The 3 young gods looked about at the shapeless expanse of Ginnungagap and understood that they had a purpose: to bring form and order to this chaotic, primordial world. By now, Ymir had grown old and immense, fathering more giants who wandered at the far boundaries of existence. Yet there was still no true earth, no sea or sky, only Ymir and his kin, drifting in an emptiness that could become a world. Odin and his brothers recognized that the raw material for creation lay in the body of the great giant Ymir. To craft a structured cosmos, the ancient giant himself would have to be the source. And so, gathering their strength, Odin, Vili, and Ve engaged Ymir in a fearsome battle. The struggle was titanic. The void echoed with the clash as the young gods fought the massive being that was older than any of them. Finally, with a mighty blow, the brothers struck down Ymir. The giant collapsed, and as his life ebbed, his body began to release a great surge of blood. Ymir's death was both violent and transformative. From the giant's countless wounds flowed a torrential flood of blood, so much blood that it filled the void like an endless sea. The crimson tide drowned nearly all of the frost giants who had sprung from Ymir's flesh. Whole families of Jotnar were swept away in the deluge, and the primal emptiness of Ginnungagap was no more, now filled with the first oceans. Only one frost giant survived that catastrophe. Ymir's grandson, Bergelmir, who managed to save himself and his wife by clambering onto a hollowed-out tree trunk that served as a makeshift boat. Riding this vessel, Bergelmir drifted away to the outer darkness, escaping the fate of the others. From this lone giant and his wife, the race of giants would continue, living far off at the edges of the world the gods were about to build. With Ymir's immense body fallen before them, Odin and his brothers set out to craft the world from it. They carried Ymir's corpse to the very centre of Ginnungagap, for it was fitting that the world should be made in the middle of that void, bridging the once empty gap between fire and ice. There, they began to shape the components of the new cosmos. From Ymir's blood, they formed the oceans and waters, every sea and lake, every river and creek. The blood flowed into hollows and became the great encircling ocean that would ring the world. From Ymir's vast flesh and muscles, the gods moulded the earth itself, the soil, the fields, the rolling plains and hills. They stacked Ymir's thick bones to become the mountains and cliffs, giving the land its sturdy backbone. They scattered his teeth and broken bones to shape smaller rocks and pebbles, the countless stones that would lie on beaches and in riverbeds. From the giant's coarse hair, they planted the green things, the forests of trees, the grasses, and all manner of vegetation to cover and beautify the land. Bit by bit, what once was a lifeless body became a living landscape. Above, the brothers turned their attention to forming the heavens. Ymir was so colossal that his body yielded all that was needed to craft even the sky. They took his mighty skull and lifted it far above the new earth. This skull became the dome of the sky, arched over the world like a great vault. To secure this new sky so that it would not tumble down, the gods stationed 4 strong dwarves at its 4 corners. These dwarves, named Ostri, Vestri, Nordri, and Sudri, east, west, north, and south, heaved up the sky and forever held it aloft, like cosmic pillars. With the sky set in place, the brothers next made the clouds by taking Ymir's brains and casting them upward. The grey matter broke apart and became soft, floating clouds that would drift across the heavens. Yet something was still missing in this new world: true light. The space beneath the skull dome was now dark, except for a dim glow reflecting off the oceans. But Muspelheim's influence was not done. From beyond the edges of the world, some of the embers and sparks of Muspelheim's fires still flew out into the void. Odin, Vili, and Ve gathered many of these bright sparks and set them into the inside of Ymir's skull, which was now the sky overhead. Thus they made the stars. Each little spark found its place, twinkling against the night. Some they set on particular paths. These became the wandering stars, the planets that move across the sky among the fixed stars. Now, when the blanket of night would fall, it would not be completely black, but jewelled with countless stars, like diamonds on velvet. Down below, the earth was taking shape beautifully. The gods saw that the earth was surrounded by a great ocean, just as Ymir's blood had spread. They decided that the coastline, the border between earth and water, would be the natural boundary of the world they had made. They gave the lands along those distant shores to the families of giants that would later descend from Bergelmir, places at the edge of the world where the giants could live in exile, far from the god's own realm. Meanwhile, in the center of this new world, the gods wanted a safe region for themselves and for other beings of order. They used Ymir's eyebrows, thick, strong, and curving, to build a defensive wall or rampart. This barrier encircled the inner world like a great ring. Inside this protected circle was a realm that the gods called Midgard, Middle Yard, or Middle Earth, a place that would soon be home to humanity. Midgard was to be an inland stronghold, safe from the wild giants roaming beyond that wall. The world was now rich with detail. Oceans roared, mountains towered, forests spread green and lush, and above it all arched a starlit sky. But there were not yet any people to walk the lands or admire the handiwork of the gods. One day, as Odin and his brothers were walking along a newly formed shore, they came across two pieces of driftwood lying on the sand, one from an ash tree and one from an elm. The waves had smoothed these trunks, and perhaps some divine inspiration moved the brothers when they saw them. They decided to create the first humans from these pieces of wood. Odin knelt and carefully carved the first log into the shape of a man, and Vili carved the second log into the shape of a woman. When the forms were ready, each brother bestowed a sacred gift upon them to bring them truly to life. Odin breathed deeply and exhaled, blowing the breath of life into them, giving them spirit and the spark of a living soul. Vili leaned in and granted them consciousness and knowledge, the ability to think, to hope, and to feel, gifting them a mind and heart. He then laid his hands upon the figures and gave them the gifts of the senses and speech, as well as names, so they could identify themselves. The man was named Ask, meaning ash tree, and the woman Embla, perhaps meaning elm. With that final blessing, the two wooden forms awoke, flesh and blood instead of wood. They were alive, the first man and first woman. Ask and Embla gazed around at the world in wonder. The three creator gods placed Ask and Embla within the sheltered realm of Midgard, behind the great wall made from Ymir's eyebrows, so that they would be safe from the giants outside. There, the humans found fertile land to live upon, fish-filled waters to draw sustenance from, and forests for shelter and game. From Ask and Embla would eventually spring all the families of humankind who would call Midgard home. Thus, the realm of men was established, nestled safely in the center of the world. With the emergence of humans, the world had inhabitants, and life could flourish. Yet Odin and his brothers knew that their own kind, the gods, also needed a dwelling. Above Midgard, in the highest reaches of the world, they established the realm of Asgard. Asgard was a glorious stronghold, a celestial home for the Aesir gods themselves. It was linked to Midgard, but stood apart, a place of green plains and golden halls, somewhere high, perhaps beyond the visible sky, or atop the loftiest of earthly peaks. In Asgard, Odin, All-Father, built a great hall and throne for himself called Hlidskjalf, from which he could see out over all creation. Seated on his high seat, Odin could watch the whole world, every movement in the forests of Midgard, every wave upon the sea, even the secrets in the lands of giants. Nothing could escape his one all-seeing eye. As time went on, more gods joined Odin, Vili, and Ve in Asgard, including Thor, Odin's mighty son, and others of the Aesir family. But in these earliest days, the foundations of the cosmos were laid. In addition to Asgard, Midgard, and Jotunheim, the outer realm of giants, other regions also took their places in the Norse cosmos. There was Vanaheim, home of another tribe of gods, known as the Vanir, who were masters of fertility and wisdom, and who dwelt in harmony with nature. There was bright Alfheim, realm of the light elves, glowing and fair beings of air and forest. Deep beneath the mountains was Svartalfheim, also called Nidavellir, where the dwarves lived, those clever smiths and miners. According to some tales, as Ymir's body was transformed into the earth, little maggot-like creatures had appeared within his flesh. Seeing that these tiny beings had come to life, the gods showed mercy and gifted them with intelligence and form, turning them into the first dwarves. These small folk, born of the earth itself, found refuge in caves and caverns away from the sun, where they built wondrous forges and crafted treasures from the metals of the ground. And somewhere below all else lay hell, the shadowy realm of the dead, overseen by a goddess who was the daughter of Loki. In hell's cold domain would come the souls of those who died peacefully of illness or old age, a quiet place far from the light of the living. Thus, the Norse universe was divided into many realms, typically counted as 9 worlds in old songs. These 9 worlds included the homes of gods, humans, giants, elves, dwarves, and the dead, each distinct, yet all part of one great whole. But what kept this whole cosmos bound together? The answer, in Norse thought, was the great world tree, the colossal ash called Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil was no ordinary tree. It was said to be the largest and finest of all trees, an evergreen ash rising up at the very centre of everything. Its trunk was of unimaginable breadth and strength, and its branches fanned out over the entire world, extending above the clouds and heavens. Yggdrasil's roots penetrated deep, securing the very fabric of the universe. In fact, the tree's roots reached into multiple realms, binding them together in its wood. One of Yggdrasil's immense roots extended to Asgard, where, by a sacred well, the gods held their council meetings. Another great root reached into Jotunheim, land of the giants, ending in the mysterious well of Mimir, where wisdom pooled like water. A third root reached down into the depths of Niflheim, or perhaps hell, touching the chilling spring Vergelmir in the underworld. These cosmic roots drank from primal waters of wisdom, fate, and origin. At the base of Yggdrasil, in Asgard's realm, lay the Well of Erd, also called the Well of Fate. Here each day the Aesir gods assembled in council beneath the holy tree. By this well resided the Norns, 3 wise maidens who were the weavers of destiny. Their names were Erd, that which has passed, Verdandi, what is present, and Skuld, what shall be. Every dawn, these 3 would draw water from the Well of Erd and sprinkle it over Yggdrasil's roots, along with nourishing mud, so that the tree would stay green and healthy. In doing so, they also tended the tapestry of fate, carving runes and twisting threads of life and time for every being. Even the gods respected and feared the Norns, for it was said that not even Odin could overrule their weave of fate. In the shade of Yggdrasil, the destinies of gods and humans alike were measured out, though the full pattern was known only to those 3 sisters. The branches of Yggdrasil were teeming with activity. Numerous creatures lived among its boughs and roots, each playing a part in the cosmic drama. High atop the tree, perched on the tallest branch, sat an old and mighty eagle. This keen-eyed eagle watched over the world, and though he never left his perch, he saw many things. Atop the eagle's head sat a hawk. Some say it was named Vedrafolnia, helping its larger friend keep watch. Far below, around the base of the tree, coiled the fearsome dragon, Nidhogg. Nidhogg gnawed ceaselessly at one of Yggdrasil's roots with sharp teeth, chewing and chewing as if to undermine the tree's strength. The dragon was malicious, embodying the dark forces that wished to see the cosmos fall apart. And in between these two, the eagle in the heights and the dragon in the depths, scampered a small but irreverent creature, a squirrel named Ratatosk. Ratatosk was a sly messenger who loved nothing more than carrying gossip and insults between the eagle and the dragon. He would scurry up the trunk to tell the eagle of Nidhogg's harsh words, and then race down to repeat the eagle's disdainful replies. In this way, the squirrel sowed discord between the high and the low, a humorous but telling reminder of the feuds that can span even the great distances of the cosmos. Also in Yggdrasil lived 4 stags, who pranced among its lower branches and nibbled at the tree's fresh green leaves. These creatures, Dain, Dvalin, Dunair, and Durathor, were graceful and seemingly harmless, but their constant grazing was yet another small force that slowly wore away at the great tree. Amusing as some of these animals were in the Norse imagination, they all carried symbolic weight. The image of the world tree being gnawed upon, bit by various creatures hinted that the cosmos itself was not immune to decay. Yggdrasil might have been grand and enduring, but it too would someday show signs of age and wear, especially under the assault of Nidhogg and the nibbling stags. The Norse understood that the universe had its cycles, times of growth and times of destruction, and even this wondrous tree that held everything together had its vulnerabilities. For now, however, Yggdrasil stood firm and flourishing. Each day, dew dripped from its leaves down into the valleys of the worlds, a sweet moisture that brought life. Strong winds blew around its massive trunk, whispering through its branches. No one truly knew how far Yggdrasil's roots ran, or exactly how its branches were arranged, but it was clear that without it, the cosmos would collapse. It was the spine of existence, the connective tissue between disparate realms. Out of the emptiness of Ginnungagap, the gods had crafted a rich and vivid world. The formless chaos had been given shape and meaning. There were now green lands and surging seas, the gentle light of stars at night, and the promise of sunlit days to come. There was a place for every being, the high hall of Asgard for the gods, the secure circle of Midgard for humans, the outer wilderness for giants, and dark hidden halls under stone for dwarves and the dead. All of it was bound together by the ancient living tree. From sacrificial death, the slaying of Ymir, had sprung new life and order. In this nascent cosmos, the foundations were set, but the light of the sun had not yet graced the sky, nor the moon its gentle glow. The stage was prepared, and the world awaited its clocks of day and night, its rhythms and seasons. The Norse cosmos, born of fire and ice, sacrifice and wisdom, was now ready to be illuminated and put into motion. Morning breaks over the newly ordered world. From the eastern horizon, a golden light begins to grow. This is Sol, the sun goddess, beginning her daily ride. The Norse imagined the sun not as a burning ball of gas, but as a resplendent goddess riding a chariot across the heavens. At dawn, Sol climbs into her horse-drawn carriage, and the brilliant radiance of her presence spreads daylight over Midgard. Two mighty horses, named Arvaka, early riser, and Alsvidr, swift, are harnessed to her chariot. Their manes and flanks shine with an otherworldly light as they gallop, carrying the sun swiftly through the high arc of the sky. Sol's ride is a daily gift to the world below. Her warm rays chase away the chill darkness of night, bringing colour and life to the waking earth. As she travels, one can almost feel the soft heat on the skin, hear the stirrings of birds and creatures awakening to her light. Yet Sol's journey is no peaceful meander. It is a race. She speeds across the sky as fast as her horses can carry her. This urgency is because she is pursued. In the dim space behind the sun, chariot runs a hungry wolf named Skjold. Skjold's sole desire is to devour the sun. Every day he gives chase, snapping at the wheels of the burning chariot, spurred on by unending hunger. When we see the sun move across the sky from morning to evening, the Norse believed it was because Sol was urging her horses onward, trying to stay always just a little ahead of the snapping jaws of Skjold. Should she falter or tarry, even for a moment, the wolf would catch her. And indeed, the legends say that one day, at the very end of time, Skjold will finally overtake Sol and swallow her whole. But until that distant day, the chase continues, day after day. The Norse also spoke of a protective spirit who accompanies Sol to shield the world from her fiercest heat. Ahead of the sun's chariot rides Svalin, a great shining shield. Svalin's broad disk diffuses the sun's burning rays. Without it, they said, the land and sea would be set aflame by Sol's fiery brilliance. Thanks to Svalin's warding presence, the sun's warmth reaches Earth gently, life-giving rather than destroying. People could bask in the sunlight and feel its comfort, never knowing that a thin, mystic shield stood between them and incineration. Thus, even as Sol flees a ravenous wolf, she is mindful of nourishing the world below rather than scorching it, and the balance is maintained. As the sun sinks and dusk deepens, the sky's bright blue fades to a velvety indigo. Darkness gathers in the east, but it is not absolute. For now, another celestial traveller takes to the heavens. Mani, the personification of the moon, guides his silvery chariot into the night. Mani is Sol's brother, and where she brings warmth and day, he brings cool, reflective light to the sleeping world. When he arrives, a pale glow spreads, gentle and dreamlike. The moon's glow is softer than the sun's. It bathes the forests and fields in quiet silver. Under this light, the edges of the world blur into a tranquil haze. Dew on the grass sparkles faintly. The ocean, black in the night, gets a shimmering path across its surface whenever the moon is full and high. Stars, too, emerge in Mani's wake. The countless little lights placed in the sky now frame the moon, twinkling like an audience of lanterns accompanying him on his journey. Mani's path, however, is also fraught with pursuit. Another monstrous wolf, Hati, often said to be Skjold's ravenous brother, races behind the moon chariot, jaws wide and eyes gleaming in the dark. Just like his sister, Mani must urge his horses to keep ahead of the predator at his heels. Night after night, the race plays out. The wolf's breath visible as a cold mist in the moonlight, always straining to catch the glowing orb. Sometimes it almost seems Hati has caught his prey, when the moon grows dark or is partly swallowed in shadow. The Norse would say that an eclipse, or the moon's thin crescent phases, are signs of the wolf's teeth closing around the moon for a moment. Yet Mani always escapes Hati's maw and continues his course. Over the month, the moon waxes from a slender curve to a round silver disk, then wanes back to a slim shape again, an ever-repeating cycle ordained by the gods. These changes mark the passing of weeks and the turning of months by which people measure time. Through it all, Hati remains on the hunt. And as with the sun, it is prophesied that on the final night of the world, Hati will finally overtake the moon, devouring it completely. But until that fated hour, Mani's chariot wheels turn steadily, and the moon continues to glow, a comforting lantern in the nocturnal sky. The presence of Sol and Mani gave structure to time itself. No longer was the world in timeless twilight. Now there was a pattern, day following night, night following day, in an endless dance. The gods, when setting Sol and Mani in the sky, created the very first calendar of the world, establishing the cycle of days, months, and years. Under their guidance, living beings could anticipate morning and evening, sowing time and harvest time, winter cold and summer sun. Time flowed like a great cosmic heartbeat, regulated by the rhythms of sun and moon. The world that Odin and his brothers had formed was now fully alive, not only with landscapes and creatures, but with the pulse of time and change. Up in the sky, another marvel ties the realms together. Sometimes, after a storm when the sun peeks out, you might see a shimmering rainbow stretching across the heavens. To the Norse, this was no mere trick of light, but the very Bifrost Bridge, the luminous road between Midgard, the world of humans, and Asgard, the world of the gods. Its name means the trembling way, or shimmering path, and its appearance indeed shimmers with rich hues, red, blue, indigo, and all the colours in between. Built by the gods in the early days of creation, Bifrost is strong and steep, arcing out of Midgard like a glistening archway and landing in the sacred precincts of Asgard. The Rainbow Bridge allowed the gods to travel down to Earth and back again with astonishing speed. In bright daylight, it is invisible to mortal eyes. But when sun and rain mingle, its form appears in the sky for a short while, a gentle reminder that our world and the realm of the divine are connected, if only faintly seen. It was said that the gods tread carefully on Bifrost, for as sturdy as it was crafted, no structure is infallible. Bifrost was the finest of bridges, made with magic and skill beyond compare, and yet prophecy foretold that it would not endure forever. In the final days, when great forces of chaos attempt to storm the heavens, Bifrost will strain and then break under their weight, casting its fragments down in a brilliant collapse. For now, however, it stands firm, a testament to the gods' ingenuity. People on Earth, seeing the rainbow, could take heart that the gods might be near, perhaps riding across that bridge on some mission, or returning to their abode. The rainbow's fleeting beauty was a sign of hope and connectivity between the realms, a colourful promise arcing above the horizon. At the Asgardian end of Bifrost stands the ever-vigilant guardian, the god Heimdall. Heimdall's duty is to keep unwavering watch over the bridge and the approaches to Asgard, to spot any threat from far off, and to sound the alarm if ever danger draws near. To aid him in this role, Heimdall is gifted with extraordinary senses. It is said he can see for hundreds of miles by day or night, with vision so keen that he can make out the faintest shape on the horizon. His hearing is so acute that he can hear grass growing on the ground, or the wool growing on a sheep's back. He needs almost no sleep, scarcely more than a bird, so that he can remain ever alert. Clad in shining armour, Heimdall stands at the edge of Asgard, beside the Arch of Bifrost, unmoving and patient as a statue, but with eyes always scanning the distance. Across his back is slung the Gjallarhorn, a great trumpet. If Heimdall were ever to blow this horn, its roaring call would echo through all the worlds, summoning the gods to arms. In all of history, that horn has been sounded only in practice, or not at all. But one day, it is fated to ring out in earnest when the final battle arrives. In the meantime, Heimdall listens and watches, ensuring that no giant, monster, or unwelcome visitor can cross the bridge unnoticed. Thanks to him, Asgard remains secure, and the boundary between the worlds stays firmly controlled. While Heimdall guards the gate above, other forces hold the boundaries below. Recall that Midgard, the world of humans, is encircled by the vast ocean formed from Ymir's blood. In those deep waters lives one of the most fearsome creatures in Norse cosmology, the Midgard serpent, called Jörmungandr. This offspring of the trickster god Loki was cast into the primordial sea by Odin's decree to keep it far from land. But in the darkness of the ocean, the serpent grew and grew until it became enormous beyond imagination, so large that it stretched around the entire world. In fact, Jörmungandr eventually was able to grasp its own tail in its jaws, forming a living circle around the edge of Midgard. There in the ocean depths, the serpent lay coiled around the world like a submerged boundary, shifting only occasionally. Fishermen on the farthest seas perhaps saw him not, though a sudden ripple or inexplicable giant swell might have been a sign of the great creature stirring below. The Midgard serpent's unblinking eyes peered through the gloom of the deep, and sometimes he would release his tail slightly, allowing the waves to churn more fiercely. But as long as he held onto that tail, biting down and forming a complete ring, the world could remain in balance. The Norse held that if ever Jörmungandr released his tail and rose from the ocean's abyss, it would spell disaster, the beginning of the end of the world. For now, however, the serpent's sinuous body simply lies in wait, a silent sentry in the cold black waters, keeping the giants who dwell in far-off lands from crossing the seas into Midgard with ease. In the far north of the world, at the very edge of the sky, the Norse imagined another giant wonder that contributed to the world's natural balance. Hrasvelga, the giant in eagle form. This colossal eagle giant sat at the end of heaven, where the sky met the outer realms, and with each beat of his massive wings, he generated the winds. Whenever Hrasvelga took flight, or even ruffled his feathers, the currents of air would be set in motion. A gentle flap might send a breeze whispering through the trees of Midgard. A powerful sweep could unleash howling gusts and gales. Thus, the north winds that howled through winter nights and the salty gales that drove the longships over the sea were all attributed to the unseen eagle giant stirring the air. If you've ever felt a sudden wind on a calm day, you might imagine, as the Norse did, that somewhere beyond the horizon an enormous eagle has just taken wing. Every natural force and season had its divine custodian in the Norse cosmos. When thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, it was Thor in the clouds, thundering across the sky in his goat-drawn chariot, swinging his hammer. The downpour that followed his mighty thunder cleansed the air and watered the crops. A gift from the storm god who protected the world from the chaotic giants. In contrast, the gentle sunshine and soft rain that made the fields green and the harvests abundant came from Freya, the god of fertility, peace, and fair weather. Freya's hand ensured that the earth yielded its fruits, that each spring returned with blooming meadows, and that farmers had good seasons. Likewise, the bounty of fish and the safe passage of ships on the sea came under the care of Njord, god of the wind and waves. A calm day on the fjords, or a favourable breeze filling the sails, were seen as Njord's grace. When winter arrived with its biting cold and long nights, the Norse imagined the goddess Skadi striding over the snow-covered mountains, bringing the winter's chill, but also its stark beauty. Then, as the frost retreated and days grew long once more, it was as if the divine powers ushered in spring's renewal again. Thus, for every cycle and change, day and night, storm and calm, summer and winter, there was a divine presence guiding it. The gods were deeply intertwined with the workings of nature. The balance and order of the world were maintained not by chance, but by the vigilance and care of these deities, each attending to their domain so that life could thrive in an often harsh environment. Under this cosmic order, life thrived. Humans in Midgard awoke each morning with the sunrise, going about their work under the sky that Odin and his brothers had made. They navigated by the sun and stars, planted and harvested by the seasons the gods bestowed, and slept under the watch of the moon. In Asgard, high above, the gods would daily meet beneath the boughs of Yggdrasil, deliberating judgments and tending to the tree that bound the worlds. The sweet dew from Yggdrasil fell to the earth, bringing moisture to the meadows at dawn. People said that the morning dew was from the leaves of the great tree, a gift of sustenance to the world. All seemed in balance. The heavens, the earth, and the underworld, each in their place, connected by the tree and the bridge, and overseen by divine eyes. But the Norse sagas always carried a sense of underlying suspense. Even as the sun shone and the gods kept watch, there were signs that this harmony was not everlasting. The vigilant Heimdall could see far, but he too knew of fated things that even his vigilance might not prevent. The Norns continued to water Yggdrasil's roots each morning, yet they alone knew how long the tree would hold up. The wolves Skjold and Hati chased Sol and Mani relentlessly, and each day's run might bring them one poor step closer to their prey. The great serpent shifted occasionally beneath the ocean, testing the limits of its confinement. The dragon Nidhogg gnawed at Yggdrasil's roots below, slowly weakening the very foundation of the worlds. For now, all remained well. The sun rose after every night, and the moon after every day. Bifrost glistened intact when the rain cleared, and Heimdall stood guard, stern and steady. Seasons turned in their expected order, and the lives of gods and humans went on. However, the Norse people knew that nothing in this cosmos was truly permanent. The wise understood that somewhere, someday, the first threads of undoing had already been spun. A bitter winter, a starless night, a distant horn. These omens lurked quietly in their legends, like storm clouds gathering far on the horizon. Someday, the delicate balance would tip. The comforting routine of sunrise and sunset, of seed time and harvest, would be broken. The gods themselves would face a storm beyond any Thor could summon. This final chapter of the Norse cosmic story was Ragnarok, the fate of the gods, the twilight of the world. The stage was set, and all the portents would soon unfold. Someday, whenever the inscrutable Norns decree it, there shall come a winter, unlike any other the world has yet seen. The sun will hide, the winds will bite with a deadly cold, and snow will blanket the earth in unending night. This is the Fimbul winter, the great winter that the Norse said would herald the end of days. It begins quietly. One winter follows another, with no summer in between. The warmth of the sun fails entirely. Each day is as cold and dark as the last. Snow falls endlessly from all directions. The first winter passes, and then the second, and still no spring comes, only more blizzards and howling winds. By the third winter of ceaseless cold, desperation grips the world. Crops cannot grow, and hunger gnaws at every living creature. Mankind, in its starvation and fear, turns on itself. It will be an age of swords and axes, the sagas say. Brother will slay brother for a scrap of bread. Parents and children will cease to feel love or pity, and all bonds of kinship will dissolve in the struggle to survive. 3 years of unrelenting winter, of snowdrifts higher than houses, and a darkness at noon, as if dusk had fallen. This is how the world's demise commences. Fimbul winter chills not only the flesh, but the spirit. Honour, law, and compassion, all the pillars of order, crack under the weight of endless night. This merciless winter is the first movement in the symphony of doom that is Ragnarok. In the midst of this brutal and unending cold, as humanity dwindles, and even the gods feel the deep chill, another calamity strikes. The ravenous wolves finally catch their prey. Skuld, who has chased the sun since the dawn of time, at last closes his jaws around Sol's fiery chariot. The sun goddess has no chance to scream. In an instant, she and her brilliant orb of light are swallowed whole by the monstrous wolf. A shudder of darkness spreads across the sky. Not long after, Hati overtakes Mani's silver chariot and devours the moon. The gentle glow that lit the night is extinguished. One by one, the stars begin to disappear, as if an unseen hand is snuffing them out. It's said that the stars fall from the sky, leaving nothing but a lightless void above. Imagine the terror of that moment. After 3 years of twilight gloom, the very sky itself goes completely black. No sun, no moon, no starlight, only a pitch darkness colder and deeper than any winter night. The world is now plunged into total night, an echo of Ginnungagap before creation. In this unbearable darkness, hearts sink, and even the gods know fear, for it means the ancient prophecies are coming true one by one. With the cosmos reeling from the loss of sun and moon, the earth itself begins to quake. Deprived of the heavenly lights and racked by the weight of fate, the great ash Yggdrasil trembles from root to crown. All the realms it holds are shaken. High in Asgard, the gods feel the golden halls sway. On earth, mountains shudder and topple. Trees are uprooted and cliffs crumble. Deep below, in the gloom of hell, the massive hound Garm breaks free from his chains and bays loudly, a blood-chilling sound that echoes through the caverns of the dead. In Jotunheim, the giants take shelter as their world is rent by earthquakes. Amidst this upheaval, bonds that were thought unbreakable now snap like threads. With a deafening crack, the mighty chain that bound the great wolf Fenrir is torn apart. The monstrous wolf, Loki's own son, who was fettered ages ago to prevent him from ravaging the world, bursts loose at last. Fenrir shakes himself free and opens his enormous jaws. He is so large now that his lower jaw drags along the ground and his upper jaw scrapes the sky. Flames gushing from his eyes and nostrils illuminate the eerie darkness around him. In a fury, the wolf sets off, his every stride spanning leagues, leaving a trail of fire and destruction. From beneath the churning seas, another ancient foe now arises. Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, who encircled the world in the deep ocean, thrashes upward toward the surface. The water swells and heaves as that gigantic snake uncoils its length. Waves taller than the highest hills crash onto the land, flooding fields and sweeping away what remains of villages. The very sea itself is now coming ashore. With a sound like thunder, Jormungandr erupts from the ocean, towering above the waves. He is enraged and spewing his black venom into the air, spitting poison that rains down over the land and sea alike. The once life-giving ocean becomes a deadly soup of venom and seawater, inundating the world. Fish and sea creatures boil in the toxic flood. Ships are tossed about like leaves,